there's a place between that basic washes and then that block in, which is what I'm going to talk about today. But I will put that, I will make a video of it so it's very clear, because I always believe in, I don't know if I've said this in here, transitions are a big thing. So if you're doing life drawing, then you're going into character design. Well, what happens is you don't really know how to translate all that information from life drawing into character design. And usually nobody tells you that. Like, here's how to, yes, you need character. What happens when I do talk about this, so I always want to be very clear on this, is then students will go back to Phil and go, oh, Mike says I don't need a life drawing because it's, you know, blah, blah, blah. They just take one piece of what I said. And it's like, no, no, no. What I'm saying is you need life drawing. You need all these sort of foundational things, which is what we're kind of talking about. But then you need to learn how to transition them into actually creating work. Does that make sense? Which is why you see people all the time that have sketchbooks full of endless anatomical studies and endless life drawing kind of stuff and endless whatever bone structures and all those kind of things. And then you're going through it and you go, well, where's the work? Like, this is just study stuff, and it's great. And what I always say is you need to get all that sort of cemented into your skill set. And that's partly where a sketchbook comes in, where you're drawing all the time, observationally and all that sort of thing. And at some point you take all that fundamental knowledge, like life drawing, or in this case, washes and all that stuff, and you throw it out the window and you jump off the cliff. And it's all back there, but you're sort of accessing it sort of in a second nature kind of way. Does that make sense? That's kind of, you know, and we'll talk about this. So anyway, basic washes is the basic structure of how watercolor works. And when I started thinking about it, I went, there's really like however many washes are in that thing. It's basically it. Then it just becomes like, okay, how do I use this now to start creating imagery? Okay. So if you noticed in the video, on the block in, I start off with a wet paper, right? So what is that? That's a wet into wet wash, right? Just like you saw in the wet, or in that tutorial. Okay. And then sometimes I'll go, I don't need that. Now I'm gonna let this dry and I'm gonna start putting some washes over it. That's wet over dry, right? Oh, I need this edge to do a certain thing, or this ground texture. I want more texture on it. Well, maybe that's dry brush, where I just drag some dry brush over the top of it and get sort of a broken up, dirty texture against all my wet into wet, grassy texture. You know what I mean? And I start adding all these. Might be a flat wash. The sky might be a gradated wash, where I start with the blue on the top and I just gradate it down so it's lighter at the bottom. So that's how I'm going to start using all these washes. Okay. And to your point, yes, you got to practice them. And what I'm going to talk about a little bit today is hopefully give me some things, because we're still got to go through our drawing period and everything and get this all set up. So you have some time before we actually get to actually having to use watercolors. That makes sense? And I do that on purpose. I always want to try and get it floating around in your head before you actually have to do it. And in this case, it works really nice because we got to go through the little drawing process. But if I drop in this knowledge or information, then you can start playing with it. And the way I'm going to play with it today might be a way that you might want to do that. Okay. Also, when I first started drawing this early in the morning, or a demo this early in the morning, it takes me a few minutes to warm up. So just know that. Okay. Usually what I do before class is I go get a coffee and I sit there and draw people or whatever, and I get warmed up. Okay. And not being able to sketch every day is driving me absolutely up the wall. Okay. I'm starting to find places where I can sketch people again, but man, is my drawing rusty, man. Okay. Oh, by the way, your watercolor paper needs to be 140 pound. Okay. You don't want 300 pound, because 300 pound is really hard to light table. You don't have to stretch it, but it's really hard. And even later on, and if you're going to do a rub down technique, then you could use 300. Okay. Because you don't have to see through it. 300 is just, I mean, it's really heavy. It's cool. But, so if you're going to do, a rub down technique, then the light table issue isn't an issue. Okay. If you're going to do a light table technique, and then you don't want 90 pound because it's just too thin, 140 cold press is standard watercolor paper. Okay. Does that make sense? I forgot to put that on the thing. if you're going to get some cheap watercolor paper just to do kind of what we're going to talk about today a little bit, you could use 90. It doesn't matter, really. That's different. I have a little, I don't even know where it is. I have a little sketch, watercolor sketch pad or whatever that I bought someplace. It was like $7. I used it for demos and stuff. It was fine. Just for like doing that kind of stuff, it was fine. And it was like 90 pound. So let's take a look at this. And the reason the drawing thing is important today for me to get that over with. Okay, good. Here's some more. All right, so let's start. I want to go through these. Okay, so one of the main things I want to get to here is like, what is a finished drawing that's paintable? Does that make sense? So one thing I'm going to do is if the drawing thing isn't there yet, I'm not really that concerned with it, then I'm going to tell you, go find a drawing and just use that. Does that make sense? Because I don't want to do this class. I really want to get to the paint. I don't want to spend a month refining drawings, and that some certain people try to do that, and it's worked out better if I can get to the paint. This isn't a drawing class, it's a painting class, right? So I want to make sure that I really want to make sure that when you guys come out of this class, at least in these three mediums, and I'll probably speak to oil a little bit, but we're not going to do oil, that you really have an understanding and you feel fairly have an understanding of these mediums where they're not a mystery to you anymore. Does that make sense? And I'm also a big believer in, if you don't have some sort of methodology, you're just going to do what I did in college, which is I had 1 good painting, 10 lousy paintings, 2 good paintings, 7 lousy paintings. Why? Because all I'm doing is throwing spaghetti at the wall. Once in a while it sticks. We don't want to do that. If you have a good solid understanding of methodology, it's going to set you free, because you'll be able to create, after a while, what you want to create, because you'll know how to go about it. It'll demystify it, and it'll make you more consistent. Okay. And on a professional level, you have to be consistent. You don't have a choice. Okay. They just don't have a choice. And I always think with an eye towards professionalism. All right. So I recognize these types of thumbnails, Alin, right? You there?
Yep, it's me. Hi.
Okay. Now, story-wise, I'm not really like, why we're doing this kind of in illustration. You there?
Yeah, I'm right here.
You can change this, or if you want. Okay, in this one, I'm just letting you paint what you want to paint. I don't care about the story that much. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why I just made a variety.
Yeah,
Ideas.
and that's the difference between this version of it and the one in illustration. One in illustration, I'm much more concerned about concept and all that kind of stuff. And here, you kind of get a chance to just paint kind of what you want.
Yeah, I know.
So which one are you thinking? I mean, this one right here is pretty fun right here.
Yeah. I don't know. The one with the boat thing kind of interested me, just because of like, I don't know, I just found it kind of interesting to me.
Which one?
Kind of appealing. The one with the boat.
What's the number?
It's idea number 6. The one underneath
right here.
too, yeah.
This one?
I don't know. Yeah, well, it kind of seemed interesting to me. I don't know.
It's pretty symmetrical. I mean, you're literally splitting the page right down the center and almost right down the center this way. Then you've got something on this side mirroring the exact same size on this side. Then you've got the clouds mirroring each other on each side. So it becomes a very static composition.
Oh.
Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. Okay, now I see that. Yeah.
I like this one. There's a lot of meat on the bone there. Does that make sense?
Well, well, it's probably because I spent a bit more time on the dragon.
It's not really, I'm not really concerned about the level of drawing yet. I just think that could be really fun to paint.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's cool.
Do you like that one?
Yeah, it's fine. I have no problem with it.
Let's go with that one.
All right.
Okay, who's this? Kayla. You there?
Right here.
Okay, so you want to do a mermaidy thing?
Yeah, I was reading a storybook to my brother, and he randomly out of the blue said, "Kayla, what happens if I drink a cup of water from the fish tank?" And he's 3, so I was like, "Oh, well, you'll turn into a mermaid." And then that idea kind of just sparked something stupid,
That's the
and
best way to get ideas.
it is my thumbnail.
That's the best way to get ideas. You go, there's a children's book there. But what you should have said is when he said, "What happens if I drink water out of the fish tank?" You go try it. See what happens. Then I won't have to answer your silly questions anymore. All right. Okay, so look, because I have sort of an apples to apples comparison here, or similar anyway, not apples to apples. I probably showed this person last week. If I didn't, I was remiss. Okay, so here's one underwater thing, right? But what I want to get to, by the way, I love her work, okay? And this is just watercolor, sometimes gouache, sometimes a little bit of a combination. Think about these things when you're doing underwater stuff, like these surface reflections. It's really important. It's going to really push the idea, obviously, being underwater. Another thing I like about this is that her bubbles aren't all super round. Now they could be, if you want to do them stylized, that's fine. So on and so forth. Okay. But so let's see if we can find these, because this should give us a pretty good. Let's go to her Instagram. So basically what we're going to be doing here is the same techniques she's doing for the most part. Well, I got some likes. Anyway. The good thing about her, she shares a lot of her sketches. So when you're talking about taking a drawing to finish, maybe she has, look. She does a lot of exploration. Here's some of her thumbnails right here, where she's starting to work things out. Do you guys see that?
Mm-hmm.
Roughs, working out character design, that kind of thing. More roughs. Because this, when I say, okay, we've kind of worked it out a little bit, start refining, you're going to start going to this. It's not finished, but it's starting to refine. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And again, if by next week I don't see him fairly refined, I'm going to go find a drawing. Okay. And just use that so we can get started. Then more refining. And this is a good one right here. Here's some of her. You can see here. Okay, so right there, you can see that thumbnail and then she puts a little value on it. You guys see that? And then if you go here, here's the more refined version of those thumbnails that she probably started to paint. And another thing I want you to be aware of is, like, she's got this, it's a pretty simple drawing. What she's putting in here is what she's going to need for her painting. So when I say a finished drawing, people sometimes mistake that and they try and give me a quote unquote very detailed drawing. And that's not what I mean. I mean, it's just got to be a good, solid, well-designed, everything worked out drawing, because you don't want to sit around and do a bunch of extra work that's going to get buried under paint anyway. Okay. That takes experience. At some point, you'll know what you need to make the type of illustration you want to do. Okay. If you go out like if I go out landscape painting, I put very few marks down. I just put the big shapes and then I just work it all out in the paint, okay, which is common. If I'm going to do a more, you know, an illustration or something, I'm going to make sure that the big landmarks and all the things I need are there. Maybe just I might put a line just to indicate where a fold's going to be, but I'm not going to really over render it. Now, having said that, I like to add a little value into my drawings in this for this kind of thing. Because what happens then is that there's a little value under there. I probably said this, and I'll give you guys a demo on it. If there's a little value there, then I can, when I do a wash over that, that value is going to get tinted as a shadow value to the color I put down, which means it's going to start doing my work for me pretty quickly. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. And then here's her color comps. We're going to do this too. So there's a good example of color comps, not fleshed out, none of that stuff, just the big ideas, temperatures, colors, and before that, we'll do a value study. And she thinks she has one here somewhere. Well, she's starting to do value studies right there. And you can do them in pencil. I'm going to show you how to do them on copies or printouts with black watercolor. Or you could do it with a marker or whatever. We'll talk about that when we get to it. Again, here's some thumbnails. And then starting to work, here's the thumbnail. Look at, she tries this angle, she tries this angle, tries all these different compositions, and then she landed here and she's starting to develop it here. And then here's the finished painting. Yeah? Mm-hmm. And then look, here's the block in, just like I just showed you, right? That's her blocking it in. What's good to see here is, look, they're just real soft washes. This all looks wet into wet to me, especially this shadow on the leg right here. That looks very wet into wet. This, where she put this sort of pinkish hue, and then when it was still wet, she dropped in this bluish thing and started getting this little bit of a violet shift. Does that make sense? And why this is important is when you're blocking these things in, you want to have a little color and temperature shift in there, really subtly, and things. It makes it much more professional looking and interesting looking. Does that make sense? Now, there's other types of illustration where somebody might just be putting very flat washes down, and that's their style, and that's fine. We're not going for that. We're going for really learning how to do this. And by the way, once we get done doing this, you're going to have a good handle on watercolor. Get a little cheap watercolor book and go out and do studies, because it's not that this is just about illustration watercolor. It's just how you handle watercolor. But I would get into a sketchbook as soon as we're doing this and just start playing around and start messing around with the medium when you don't have any, or just get some cheap watercolor paper or whatever. And just when you don't have any pressure on, you just start going, oh, I get the wet into wet thing, and just start doing things like that and screwing around. You're going to find out that you'll actually land on things where you're like, wow, that looks like a cloud or whatever. Does that make sense? But then you got to learn how to control that sort of thing. Okay. Let me do a screen grab here. Oops, crap. There's one. There's two. Okay. All right. So let's go back to this drawing. Well, let's see if we can find one more thing. Okay, so this is probably, that's thumbnails. See, this is a real nice thumbnail up here, and this is a really nice thumbnail. Close up of her washes. Can you guys see that? How it's just washes, right? Be manipulated. But look, that if those shoes weren't all worked out in the drawing, this would not work. Okay, you'd be trying to fix it in watercolor. Good luck. Here's a basic lay-in right there, just like I was on the video I gave you. Same thing. Okay. Let's see if she goes one more. Finished. or close to a finished drawing. Still, that's still rough. Trying to find a finished drawing. Here's one. So there's a finished drawing. Okay. And the main thing is it's not even about the line work or all that kind of stuff. It's about that everything is balanced and worked out, right? And designed. Okay. These are cool. By the way, this is a great exercise right here. Only just do sketches if you got animals. Okay. So on and so forth. Here's another finished drawing or close to finish. That would actually, for this class, that would be finished. Okay. I like some of that loose stuff underneath. I don't like to clean up all my line. I like some of my loose line work because I just like line. Okay. So in here, this would be pretty close to finished. Okay. So let's look at this. And you got to give me a few minutes for my hands to warm up, but. Okay. So is this underwater or above water?
It was meant to be above water on rocks, but I didn't really end up finishing it just because I wasn't.
I don't want you to finish it yet. I just want to know the composition and the design. Okay. So why is the tail going up?
I figured he was holding it up for a photo or something, and also just to show that.
Okay. So right now, the way I'm reading it, it doesn't make sense. It's just kind of doing that. So. And by the way, I keep forgetting to go. I got to go and figure out how to get the, when you guys will see this, when I put a zoom up, it puts all this gallery over in the side. So it'll hide stuff on the side. That's why I moved my window over so much. I don't know why they do that. I got to go see if I can turn that off. I haven't found it yet. Okay. So let's go here. So if I've got this mermaid, and she's got a hand here. You guys can see what I'm doing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Here, let me move it over here so it's not quite so hidden. Actually, I'm going to do this. Oops. There. Okay. I'm just going to do this real loose. So I've got my mermaid. Here's her hand. You know, is that shoulder sort of leaning a little bit? Then maybe I can see a little of the hip here. And then this, if she's posing it or something, you know, it's probably going to be more of a, you know, where it wraps around, sort of like when somebody's like on the bed, you know, those old photos you see where the girl's on the phone and you see her feet up behind her, like pinups and stuff like that. And then this one can be draped here. And then I'd probably drape the hand down just to give it a little more dramatic thing. Maybe there's a rock right here. And this one's, okay, so yeah, this one's above, you know, and then I'm going to put my, and another thing, if you're going to do a tail, and I'll try and find some good reference or we'll talk about it, you're going to want to set it up so it looks sort of iridescent in your wet into wet washes and then work over it. So one thing you're going to see in here in a lot is what you want to do is work very broadly, because where people make mistakes is like, let's say they're doing a window like this. And they have these, let's say they have a bunch of smaller windows inside of it, or, you know, inside the framework. They'll start, or maybe if it's a, what do you call it? A big plate window, like in a store or something, you want to start working all that out as a big wash and then sort of fence it in, right? It's a little harder to do when you're going into something that's, or like a big building with a lot of windows, you want to do that big wash, and then you can put the structure over the wash. You don't want to go in and do every little window. Does that make sense? And this tail's a good idea where you're going to go, I'm going to do a big iridescent wash over it. And then I'll go in and put, start indicating the scales and things like that and doing little individual hits. But if you try and go in there and paint every scale, it's probably not going to work very well. It's going to disconnect. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So does this pose make a little bit of sense now? Is it clear enough? So, she wants to be posing. And I'm sure you can find a lot of reference for that. It's a pretty, don't copy somebody else's reference, but, just to get ideas, it's fine. And then another thing I would do is if this is above water or it is above water, is she in you could put rock here. That's fine. Oops, let me get rid of this window thing. Oops. So this hand is here now. We start to work it out. And then we got this. And then you got a horizon back here. And then here's another thing. I might do the horizon and the sky at the same time, mix this all wet into wet, put my big water wash here, my big sky wash here. Why? So when they meet, it'll be a very soft edge where they meet, like it happens when you see the horizon way out there. Okay. The mistake people make, and sometimes you do get a harder edge, but it's not usually that hard an edge because I don't know how far out you see, but it's miles out there, right? They'll just put a hard line and then the sky, and it's like, that doesn't look right. Okay. And that's not, all that is a wet into wet wash. Or I put the wash down, I take a wet brush and I swipe between both of them so they sort of combine a little bit, which is just softening an edge. Okay. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So we know what we're going to do.
Yeah.
And then what's over here? Well, I mean, you can make her bigger. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. And by the way, everything I'm going to do, I'll put it up on Zoom. Everything I'm doing in here. Okay. Hang on, I'm getting coffee. One thing about the Hydro Flask as carafe, it leaks on the side. Okay, so there's that. So, and then here's another thing. And I don't think you're there yet, but a lot of times, you start working these out fairly small. And then I'll just, if I have it worked out small, where at least the placement or something's working, then I might take, and this isn't there yet, but I'll just use it as an example. And this could be on paper, right? If I'm doing this on paper, I might just scan it and print it out and blow it up. Then I'll put a piece of trace over it and I'll start working over it. Does that make sense? Using my roll trace. I showed you roll trace last week, right? Okay. And it would be the same process. I would go. And I'd blow it up on a copier or on a, whatever you call it, a scan. I'm not going to go that big yet because I'm working on it in stages. And then I would put, what happened? That was weird. Oh. I would put a piece of trace over it. And a lot of times I'll put, at this phase, I might put one. Sometimes I'll put two pieces of trace over it. Why do I do that? To obscure it, okay? Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to not, here's what you do not want to do. You do not want to put a piece of trace over something to just trace it. Does that make sense? I'm putting a piece of trace over to keep, it's a refining process. I also, in my mind, I never go, oh, I think this is going to be the last pass, I just keep going until it is the last pass. Does that make sense? What is this? Hang on. So what I'll do is I'll put 2 pieces of trace just so it ghosts it down a little bit, just like I would do in Photoshop here by going, because I'm going to knock it down a little bit. And what I'm doing is I'm going and picking the good stuff and sort of refining the stuff that's not great. Like, oh, that arm looks weird or whatever. Okay. Does that make sense, you guys? Yeah. Or I'm just going, so now I could go, okay, what kind of eyes is she going to have? I can start to hone in on it. Maybe she's got big lashes here, and I'm just going to do them as a graphic shape. I'll move the nose up. Maybe I'll give her a little bit of a cheekbone. Now I'll go, okay, what exactly is her hair doing? It's doing something like that, maybe. She's got a hair tie in there. It comes down. And the hair, by the way, I'm really thinking about how I'm designing that. Do I put like some hair coming out here? So later on this side of the face, I can use a nice dark value to define that edge of the face. Does that make sense? So I got a light against dark, and I'm always thinking about light against dark, okay? Always thinking about value. If you look at somebody like Philip Burke, he uses the craziest colors to do these portraits, but they work because the value structure works, okay? So let's do this. Now I'm going, okay, maybe her neck's here. So I'm going to put her hair down here. Now I realize that this should actually, oops, hang on. I got to recalibrate my stupid pin. Okay. And by the way, again, I'm just trying to make steps into, like, I want that hair to actually come over here a little more. So I'll probably pull it back over here. I don't want it quite that big. And I'm still, you notice I'm still being super loose because I'm not trying to get to a finish really, and then I'd have to define this hand a little more. Does that arm come out here more? Does it come out here more? Her chest would come in this way a little bit, so it would curve in a little bit. So now I've got this a little bit off. And there's her belly there. So I'm just starting to refine. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah.
And again, my hands are not warmed up yet, obviously, but they will be. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Okay, so you know what you're doing, right? Oops. How did I do that? Kayla, you get what you're doing, right? What happened to Kayla?
Sorry, it wouldn't unmute. Yeah.
Okay. Elizabeth Taylor's come back from the grave for this class. Here she is. Hey, Elizabeth, do you ever remember when Elizabeth Taylor had those White Diamonds commercials?
Yeah, I do.
I'll tell you later. There was a parody of it that was really funny
Oh, okay.
on Saturday Night Live. Because I don't know if you remember, they used to put that crazy soft focus filter on her because she was older. Okay, what am I looking at?
Okay, so I wrote like a little story. And so these are different ideas for the page that says the lady with the big house and the rooster, it attacked everyone except for her and the mister. So
Did
it's
you just make
supposed to
that
show
up?
the big house. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, these are just chicken Oz. Okay.
Yeah. So I was trying to debate if I should have it actually attacking or just like they're on guard.
So
You
the
know.
rooster's on guard.
Yeah.
It's this one.
Yes. And then the one up at the top, it just sitting on the porch of the house. But
No, it's this one. I like this composition.
yeah, I like that one too. And I wanted to learn like foliage and sky
Oh,
and
yeah.
you know, so I thought that would be good.
But the really nice thing about this is you've got this chunk right here in the foreground, which is just nice. Now what I would work on is he's guarding. I'd probably turn him a little more 3/4. I'd have his chest puffed out. I'd have a stern look on his face, you know, that kind of stuff if he's
Yeah.
guarding, right? It's
Yeah.
going to become all about attitude.
Mhm.
Okay. What kind of house do they live in?
It's a Tudor style home.
Okay.
It's a big house on 4 acres. So
So it's a real place.
yeah, and that was a real rooster that we had to shoot because it attacked my niece. So,
Oh, so is it your house?
my mother-in-law's house.
Oh, okay. Okay, so one thing I would do is, here's what I would do really quick. Let me see if I can find this. Shit. I had it on my desktop. Now, of course, I'll never find it, even though it was here. Oh, I have this one. Okay, hang on. Oops. Here we go. Okay, so when I'm doing this, I get, you know, in this case, you have a real place. Then I'm going to get, these were based on looking at Victorian houses, right? And I just determined my stylization. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So in this case, Victorian kind of hands it to you. Very squashed, very vertical, very decorative. But I knocked down so much decorative stuff because some Victorian just has insane amounts of decorative surface detail. But, and what I did is I fattened up some of the surface detail, made it a little more kid friendly. And in this case, that makes sense because we're talking about a children's book thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I work out my my stylization. Yeah.
Yes.
And then in this case, then I took that and I went to, I don't know if I have it. Hang on. Hang on. I think I have it right here. And I did a different view of the street from here, from the porch, and started putting together into a scene. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I was just trying to show the class different, instead of just always doing a back view or blah, 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 I could be looking, and this is what you have. You have that really strong foreground element, which also highlights the star of that passage. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Which is exactly what you want to do. Okay. So, and then another thing here, let's look at this too, because this gives you a good example of what you just did. It's a little different, but not really. Oh, actually, maybe I can even find the painting. Hang on. So here's basically the same type of composition you just created, except instead of a fence, it's this fence and these surfboards. Okay, but see how that just really separates this whole thing?
Mhm.
So we got a very clear foreground. We got a very clear middle ground. We got a very clear background. Foreground, background, foreground, middle ground, background, right? And we will get atmosphere, depth, okay? Now, sometimes you don't have all three of those elements. So what you'll see a lot, you've probably seen this a million times, maybe they'll drop a tree branch hanging into the scene right here. You know, you see that all the time.
Yeah.
One of the reasons people do, and if you ever notice, it's almost black usually, doesn't have any detail on it. What a lot of times you'll do is you go, I don't really have much of a foreground element. So you'll just drop that tree in there and as soon, or that branch. And as soon as that branch drops in there, everything goes behind that. So you know, or they'll put a, well, like this, put a fence or fire hydrant or some barrels or whatever makes sense to get that foreground element to help with that perspective. Yeah.
Yes.
Now there's a painted version of this. And by the way, here's that one without the tape on it. So you can see you get this nice clean edge, right? Like this little bit right here, who cares, right? Or even that. In actuality, unless you put in a gallery or something, it's going to be, you're going to clean that up digitally. Or if it is in a gallery, you probably put a mat out around it and that'll take care of it anyway, right? Let me see if I can find this real quick. I just found this the other day. I found the painting of it, which would be really valuable. I'll find it. Wow, look at that. Look at those great textures on that. See, this is what I can't stand about Pinterest. It doesn't just give me a link to the website. Look at that. Okay, here's that thing right here. Look. And in this case, they did this dark, this stuff, the telephone pole, the tree, this mass, and then this. All does the same idea, right? Does that make sense? So it's a really, you'll see it over and over and over. And then also overlap. Look how both these hand railings are overlapping the background, right? Overlap's another thing you're going to be using to create depth, okay? And then these are just, and what I love about these railings is that's just really smart value and color and temperature shifts, okay? There's no tricks there. It's just the right value and temperature shift. And you get that worn look. I'll find the other one a little bit because I want to make sure that you guys see it. This one painted, and it'll give you a good example of how they worked out the values and all that kind of thing. See if it's here real quick. Nice textures on these rocks. We'll talk about that a little bit. There's a lot of ways you can do that. Usually I don't like using any kind of concept art for this thing, but these are very illustrative. Does that make sense to you guys? You could take these, and this is very rare. You could take these, oh, and these are background paintings, by the way. They're not just concept art. You could take these and drop them into a children's book and they would totally make sense. Most stuff from like that's designed for movies and things like that, especially the concept art, would not work in a children's book. It's too hard edge, it's too designy, it's too Viscom-y. It just doesn't make any sense. Does that make sense? And the reason I'm saying that is because if you're in entertainment design, you need to separate your skill sets where you've got this design, drawing, painting skill set, and then an illustrative skill set that would be for this kind of thing. Does that make sense? Concept art's super different, and I think a lot of times it's not differentiated enough. I'll find this at some point. I'll find it and we'll talk about it. Because I didn't know there was a finished painting of that scene. Well, I'll do one more thing. Hang on. Wait. See, there's that. Yeah, I'll find it. I don't want to take a bunch of class time on it. I'll find it, and I'll if you I'll probably put it on the blog, and I'll link it under announcements. Okay, so you can see the value sketch and then the finished painting. Okay, because we're going to kind of use the same. We're not going to do a totally finished out value thing like that. We're just going to do little thumbnails to work it out, but that sort of gives you an idea. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because I don't want to spend that. They have to do that because they have to hand that off to the layout painter, and everything has to be there for the painter. So all they do is just they have their comps, they have that rough, and then they knock out that 2 of those paintings in a day or whatever. Okay. So this guy, I'd probably turn him this way, maybe have his, and I don't know his attitude, so you'd have to tell me. And I can't remember Chicken Oz. You know, I'd probably have him very puffed out. Put his feet on there, you know, and then obviously work this stuff out. And this front, what'll be nice, you know, no matter how well wood's taken care of, it gets a little worn. So that'll be a nice place to do some really nice wet into wet washes and get some really nice texture. And then maybe even a little bit of dry brush or something on it here and there, right? We'll get to that when we get to it. And I know when I'm talking about this stuff, you're going, what? I'll show you, okay? I will not leave you guys hanging on anything. I don't know what kind of tail they have. You know, he can be very prominent. And then this, now you got to go, okay, what is, and don't be afraid to push this. I mean, you want to push it. You know, what's your point of view? Is it going to be a little bit wonky? Is it going to be a little bit, how are you going to push it? How are you going to simplify it? Right?
Yes.
And then maybe here, I might put instead of, I mean, this might work better. I'm throwing out ideas. I might just put a mass of foliage right here. So I've got this hard edge, and then I've got this nice soft wet into wet edge. Right?
Yes.
I might even back here throw I don't know, maybe I'll throw a telephone pole. It just depends on what you're trying to get to.
Yeah, and there's so much stuff there at this property.
All I would, yeah, but just throw that out. I mean,
Yeah.
just take in from the property what makes sense.
Mhm.
Don't get into this thing where people, you know, like I'll go throw a telephone pole and they go, well, there's no telephone pole there. It's like, who cares?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I'm not
And
saying,
then this
I'm not
right
saying
here-
to throw it. And then now the right argument might be like, well, I don't want to feel like that feels a little urban. Okay, that's a totally valid argument. You know what I mean? They might go, I want to feel like it's in the 1820s out in the middle of nowhere. Oh, okay, well, clearly then you wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Or whatever, you know. Now, one of the reasons I like to put in something like a telephone pole is now I got an excuse to have a big diagonal sweeping curve in there, right? If I need it. I might not even need it, or it might not serve the picture. Okay. I only want to put in there what's going to serve the picture, and that's it.
Mhm.
But I think compositional, yeah, another thing I might do, you know, maybe there's a pathway that comes out here.
Yeah, there's where there's brick back there, and there is steps and a pathway that go to that.
And then, you know, I'd play around with the composition and go, do I have the other side over here? Or maybe this is sort of a gateway in.
Yeah, that would be good.
But anyway, work on that attitude. You know, if he's guarding something, you know, if you ever see a bouncer, what do bouncers do? They try and look intimidating, right?
Yeah.
You know, the big giant people, they're stoic, you know, they're abrupt, you know, they want you to know that don't screw around. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That's probably the biggest deterrent, is to get you to be afraid of them enough not to do something stupid.
Mhm.
They actually have to, you know, do something stupid. Not sure if this thing works all that well as a carafe, but oh well. Okay. All right. So does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Did I talk about proportion in here? Or like setting up your thumbnails a little bit?
No.
Okay, I think I did in the other class. Hang on. Because I should have it. Hang on. Because when you start kind of, I always start it kind of right off. Not always, but. Oh, hang on. I can do it here. So annoying. Hang on. Let's go right here. 244. Here it is. Yeah, here it is. So we don't need this right now. This is basically your layout, correct? This is your gutter. Now, we're just doing one big illustration. We're not doing one page and the other page. We're just doing it like you turned it over and it's a big splash page. Does that make sense? So you're thinking of it as one page, but I do want you to be aware of the gutter. So don't set anything right in the gutter because it'll just get buried in the gutter, right? So like, don't do what I did in my demo for this class. That bear probably lands right in the gutter, which is, you don't do that, okay? And then here's your tape border. And then what I usually do is I take this. Let's just get this. Oops. And a lot of times I'll just print this out like this. Watch. I'll either do this. If I'm doing it in Illustrator. Let's try it horizontally. Gosh damn it. There we go. I'm going to go a little thicker on the line here. Oops, too thick. That's good enough. That's probably still a little thick. Let's take this one. Go a little less. I like doing this like when I first start working so I know my proportions are correct. Gosh damn it. There we go. And I'll just see how many reasonably I can get on a page, and I'll print out like 3 or 4 of these. And I just kind of know I'm living in my actual range. Does that make sense? And if you're starting to refine a little bit, I might make them bigger, like that big, right? But you don't want to go boom all the way to your finish because it's like building, I know these are all cliches, but it's literally like building a house on no foundation. Okay. You want to stair step into it. I always believe that every drawing, every painting, every illustration, it's a build. Does that make sense? There's a logical process. Like if you look at old school illustrators, Golden Age, all that stuff, you should see all the insane process they did. Okay. And there's still illustrators who do that if they're working traditionally, right? I went to a Rockwell show, I don't know, 20 some odd years ago. And you'd hardly ever see his work process in that way. And you hardly ever see his real paintings either. But they had one big painting there that he did, and it had all these different faces, and, you know, it was a bunch of different people or whatever, because he'd always do that. And then they had his studies, which were about this, they were about this big on like raw canvas or whatever, or just on, you know, unstretched canvas. He must have had, I don't know, like 15 ones about that big of one head in it, one head. And there was a bunch of them that he had kind of worked it out and worked it out and worked it out and worked it out and worked it out until he went, okay, that's it. And then went on to the other thing. Then he'd do the whole thing with the whole composition. Then he would do an absolutely totally finished, rendered out, perfect charcoal color or value study. And he'd do all this stuff before he'd ever touch that painting. Does that make sense? It's sort of what we're doing in a smaller scale, because we don't really need to get that crazy. But actually, whatever you need to do is what you need to do, correct? To work things out. Don't ever go into something and go, I think that's fine. You don't do that. And then it's really annoying because you'll go, I think it's fine. If you say, I think it's fine, it probably isn't. And then somebody will look at it and go, what's the deal with the eyes? And you're like, damn it. And that's the thing that you didn't fix. And you think nobody will notice it. They do. Okay. Okay. So does this make sense? And then I'd work, and then like with Elizabeth's, I might take, let's go find it again. And in her case, she's going to start from scratch, probably, you know, start really from scratch and working over it and all that. That's really annoying. I might take this, you know, and do a bigger version of, blow it up, throw it over it, and that way, and then see how it fits into the frame and things like that. Okay. I'm just always kind of double checking myself. Does that make sense? One thing you don't want to do, I've seen it, like I had a student, I might have said it in here, who did a really cool idea, really cool, they went too far with the thumbnail, but it was vertical and we were doing a horizontal. And they were all excited about it. And I go, it's vertical. Oh, can I do a vertical? No. It means that you don't know how to design to a project, which means you're unemployable. Does that make sense? If an art director called me up and said, hey, we're doing this 2-page thing, whatever, and I gave them back a vertical composition, they'd be like, we're done. You know what I mean? They'd be like, what are you doing? Like, you don't know that I can't do a vertical composition. It's a magazine or whatever. Okay. I just had somebody design sequential sequences. We're doing a project like this in my illustration class, but again, I'm giving them the text. It's very locked in parameter wise, you know, and they're giving me storyboards. And it's like, we're illustrating one scene. Here's the text. And now you give me the origin story, this, where they met, how they did this, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all these sequences. And it's like, we're not doing a sequence. I mean, yes, it's part of a sequence, but we're only doing this one page. Does that make sense?
Yes. So with the gutter, would I
Yeah.
have to have my rooster completely on one side?
I'm
Want it
going to be a little more leeway in here again, because it's a
But
little,
in the real, if it was real for a book,
you would have to just make sure that he reads fine in that gutter.
Oh.
Or how much is in the gutter.
Okay.
You know, maybe if his wing was out and it crossed the gutter, that would be fine.
Okay.
There's a lot of things. You just want to make sure that key elements aren't buried in the gutter. Now, also, the children's books tend to be obviously not super thick. So if it's a thin children's book, it's probably going to go a little flatter. So that's also going to help you. Now, if it was a book like this, this is going to be a problem, because this, look at that. And if you notice, she kept everything totally away from the gutter. Like, she actually gave it a border, right? It's a graphic novel. It's a little different, but it's thick, you know, because a Harry Potter book is this thick. You know what I mean? Now, I don't think they illustrate them the same way. They probably illustrate them one, you know, they illustrate them here and there. And I don't think they do 2-page spreads as far as I know. Because it's sort of structured more like a novel, you know. But does that make sense?
Yes.
So I'm going to be a little more lax in here because I want to get a really nice illustration. I just want you to be aware of it. Okay.
Thank you.
Because this, again, this isn't an illustration class. I just want you to make, in my illustration class, no, you got to get it out of the gutter and you got to really think about it. In here, I want to get a great illustration. I just want to get you understanding whatever medium we're working on. Okay. And I want a nice, you know, what I'd like to do is next week start getting these things where they're pretty refined. Next week we're refined drawing, and then we're painting. Okay. Because next week, what I really want to talk about is transferring and setting up and getting ready for paint. Okay. And you could, that stretching technique, I probably said this too, but it really gives you a nice flat, almost like illustration board kind of when you cut it out, which is really nice. It's really nice to have that really flat piece of watercolor paper, you know, and it's not warped. Because sometimes people do something nice, like a nice piece, but you're like, why didn't you stretch that paper? It's all warped and it kind of detracts from how cool it is. It's not a very professional presentation. Does that make sense? Now they might go, well, I did it. They're all scanned digitally and it comes out fine that way. Okay. What if somebody calls you up and goes, hey, what if the Society of Illustrators in New York calls you up and goes, hey man, we're having a show with Peter DeSev and Carter Goodrich and, you know, a bunch of monster people. And they're like, we love that stuff you did for Elizabeth Rooster story. And we want to have some of those pieces in this show. It's a show about this. Do you not want to be in a show in the Society of Illustrators in New York with some monster talented people? You do. Does that make sense? And then you're going to go, if you got that nice flat piece of watercolor paper, that nice finished clean illustration, you take it over and you get it framed and you send it to New York, and then you fly to New York and you network like crazy, right? You got to think about these things, okay? Because yeah, you might just go, well, ultimately it'd be scanned digitally. Well, you don't know though. You don't know, or somebody might call you up. If it's a book, let's say you do watercolors for a book and it's successful and it becomes a standard book, like Where the Wild Things Are or something is. And let's say you're my age and you did it when you were, I don't know, 25. Those watercolors could become, or those illustrations could become very valuable. Okay. I mean, Drew Struzan was just selling all his iconic pieces that he did for like Star Wars and Indiana Jones and all that. I mean, I think those things went for like somewhere between $250,000 and like $1 million. They're iconic piece. Try and go get a Maurice Sendak original from Where the Wild Things Are. Who knows what that costs? You know what I mean? So just, you know, and I've had a friend of mine one time and I go, hey, you should take more, you know, be more careful with your work. She goes, nobody's going to care. And I go, how do you know nobody's going to care? You don't know. You know what I mean? You don't know. You might work on something you think is no big deal and all of a sudden becomes a big deal. Like you think whoever worked on Harry Potter at first did the cover or whatever, they didn't know it was going to be Harry Potter. You know what I mean? They just go, oh, it's some story about some wizard or whatever. It's another job. Then all of a sudden it's the biggest thing in the world. And everybody's like, how much for that cover? And it's like, well, I think I'll sit on it for 10 years. You know what I mean? I'll let the movies come out. I'll let this roll out. I'll let this do this. And maybe I'll just hang on to it because I don't need the money for a long time. And maybe when you're my age, you go, okay, now I'll sell them because now they're worth like $30,000 a piece or whatever. Okay. And it's not just money. Okay. And I told my friend this, I go, even if professionally what you say is correct, your grandkids are going to want those. Your kids are going to want those. It's a diary of your life. Okay. And I think that's important. Okay. It's why I don't sell things out of my sketchbook. Okay. Because my sketchbooks are like diaries. I don't want to sell things out of that. Okay. Does that make sense? So one of the things we're going to talk about in here a little bit is archivability. I want to make sure that you're building pictures in a way that's archival. And if I'm showing you a technique that probably isn't, I'll tell you. Okay. But you want to be aware of your materials enough that you know. And from what I understand, the rule of thumb or the rule is if you sell paintings or whatever, you're responsible for them in perpetuity, I think. So it meant like if you had, this is what I heard. I don't know if this is true, but I heard that law passed because Frank Stella used enamel paint, which isn't really a fine art material. And then his paintings become iconic and they're big and they're worth millions of dollars. And some collector or something had one, he brushed past it. Some of the paint came off of it. He called Frank Stella or whatever and goes, hey man. And Frank Stella went, fuck you, and hung up the phone. and the guy sued him, and it set a precedent. Now that's what I've heard, but I do know that I'm pretty sure you're responsible for your work in perpetuity, which means if you sell somebody, like I see kids, they're selling stuff that they created with markers. Do you know how fugitive markers are? Like you put markers in the window, they're going to fade like in a month or two, you know, and then the collector's going to go, what's this, man? You know what I mean? You got to think about the archivability of your materials. And again, a lot of people were selling marker things that they didn't ever think were going to be sellable. They were the byproduct of a design process or the byproduct of a illustration process or something like that. And then people go, God, I love those comps you did or whatever. Or some people do finished work with it. Not archival unless they've changed the formulation of markers, which I don't think they have. They're not archival. Does that make sense? They're like dyes, and dyes are very fugitive. And fugitive in this case just means they're not light fast. If you know, it's like if you put a newspaper on your dashboard during the summer, it'll fade like in a week. It's that, okay? And that's why, by the way, they print, like, I don't know if I'm dating myself here, but they used to print the penny saver on newsprint because it's the cheapest paper you can get. So like if you ever notice like things that have coupons in them and stuff like that are printed on like newsprint because it's cheap, but it doesn't hold, it just crumbles after a while. Okay. Like old newspapers, they just get fragile. Okay. So that's why when you look at paper and you're doing something finished, make sure it's 100% rag and that, you know, it'll say on it archival and all that. Right. Now you don't have to do this with everything, and don't get crazy with it. But if it's a finished thing, I think I would think about archivability. Now, sometimes you'll use mixed media techniques that aren't all that archival, but they're probably going to last a long time. Okay. Like I like to mix things up and stuff like that. I've even called Liquitex a few times to get, to ask them if something I'm doing that I haven't seen before, I'm going, is this archival? And sometimes last time I called Liquitex, they're like, well, I don't think that you should choke off the watercolor. And I go, but the watercolor is inert. So why would it matter? It doesn't need to breathe. Oil needs to breathe. You know what I mean? Acrylic doesn't need to breathe. So why does this matter? You know, and I think that they just weren't sure. Does that make sense? Elizabeth?
Yes. I didn't know that oil paint needed to breathe.
That's why you don't see it covered in glass. It needs to breathe. And it takes a long time to dry. So I just did a painting of a dog for my girlfriend's daughter, of her dog. It's got to dry for about a year before I'll varnish it.
Like I knew that they don't frame it with glass, but I didn't know why.
That's basically why. Yeah. Needs to breathe. And you know, and I'd also argue that another reason is because the surfaces are so beautiful.
Yeah, that's
You know what I
right.
mean? Okay. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned this. If you go and you'd have to call them first to make sure it's on display because I think it always is. The Redlands. Did I mention this before? The Redlands. We'd go and see this if we could. If maybe we will if they kind of start opening up a little bit. Maybe we could do a field trip. There's a thing called the Lincoln Shrine in Redlands. And when you walk, it's just a small building, but it's got like a dome in the center and then two wings. It was a guy that built it. I think his son was really into Lincoln. His son died or something, built it years and years ago. But when you walk in, there's a dome in it, and the dome is painted by Dean Cornwell. If you know who Dean Cornwell is, he's a monster, legendary Golden Age illustrator. And then if you go down this wing, down in the end, there's a big major Rockwell. Okay. And the reason that's a big deal is, have any of you ever seen a real Rockwell, a big finish one? That's why it's a big deal, because it's not that easy to see Rockwell, Leyendecker, Cornwell, any of those people, right? And when you go up, man, it'll blow your mind. You're like, holy crap. It's big too, right? It's a major Rockwell. It's not just a small thing or whatever. They have that, and that thing's got to be worth well over $20 million. Okay. And I don't think they know that, but and then if you go right out of that door, right into the back of the, it's about 30 feet into the back of the library, the Redlands Library, there's a rare book room. You go in there and they got this big giant, it's the color comp that Dean Cornwell did for the mural at the LA Central Library. It's mind blowing. They have this stuff in there. Somebody turned me on to it and I'm like, how'd you even know this is here? Because I didn't even know it was there. Okay. And it's like, it's mind blowing. This guy's color comp is like 8 feet wide by like 4 feet high. You know, usually you're doing this big, you know, it really interesting stuff. Okay. And it's like, it's right there. So if things start to open up a little bit, maybe we can do a field trip over there. Cause that's just a great to really look at craft and all that kind of stuff. Does that make sense? And it's just a fun town to go get breakfast and stuff in. And sketch. Okay, so let's go. Who am I on? What happened? Oh. Okay, so there's that. Okay, Elizabeth, do you have any questions?
Not at the moment. I think you clarified a lot of things for me.
They don't call me Johnny Clarity for nothing, right?
Well, one thing that I was trying to
here it comes.
oh, never mind.
No,
It can
go
wait
ahead.
till the painting time.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, it's just trying to find out what colors you would use for something that's white, since it's going to be on white.
Oh, that's a good question.
So the
Like-
rooster is a white rooster. So I didn't know if it you use purple or a blue or,
Look at
you know,
this.
what you use.
Okay, so the answer to that is it's going to be what environment is it in? Okay. So
Okay.
so let's say it's in a it's gonna be a couple things. I'm gonna design the color, okay? So I'm gonna say it's what kind of day is it? It's just a beautiful, bright, nice blue day.
Yeah.
Okay. So now I can go, maybe that that fence is wood, let's say, right? I'm just making all this up. Number one, the way I'm showing you guys how to do this, if you saw this, we kiss the paper with just a little bit of yellow before we start, right? Now, part of the reason I do that is automatically, even though the viewer is going to read anything I leave unpainted as white, it's actually got a little bit of warmth to it. Okay, so that's going to solve a few problems. Because if I just leave it screaming white, it's screaming white. Okay. Now, he's sitting on a warm fence. Okay, so now I can bounce some of that warmth up into the belly, right? So I can kind of warm, you know, it could be, I just, you know, if it's a line on the Serengeti, I'm going to really orange it up, right? Because it's going to be very vibrant. And then I might go over the top because the sky above it is very blue and just give it cool it down and give it a little bit of a bluish cast. And I probably, you know, so what am I doing? I'm designing the environment so I can bounce light around a little bit in a controlled way to make the illustration more interesting. And also to put everything into the same environment. Because if I don't, like, let's say you left it screaming white, it might end up feeling cut out because it's not reflecting any of the temperatures and things going on in there, right? On the bear one that I did for the demo for this, I think I've said this. I put all those leaves in the foreground, those fall leaves in the foreground, because now I've got an excuse to bounce that warmth all over the place. Because those are basically like gels, like on lighting, right? Because the sun's passing through them, they're translucent, and they're going to cast a lot of warmth, right? So, you know, I warmed them up a little bit on that side. I knocked some of that into the ground. I could put dappled light through that. I could, I warmed up the tree a little bit because of that. And then I bounced a lot of green up into the bottom of his fur. If you notice in the final illustration, right? I know all that going in. Like I'm going to leave this grass around him, some of it, not all of it, a little bit sort of that acidic green where the sun hits it. Because then I got an excuse. That's a very vibrant color. I got an excuse to bounce that up into him so he's not just a sea of brown. Does that make sense? And then I've also got the excuse that I can put a little bit of sunlight hitting his fur. And I can put a little bit of that orangey warmth, that fall warmth into his fur. I've got all these things that I can do to make that fur not just look like a bunch of brown, which isn't very interesting. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you want to, and this is important. I'm glad you asked that. You want to start thinking about what the environment is and what elements I can use to make the lighting more interesting. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And again, this is going to be the longest process we go through in this class, because after this process, you will know this process. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You will understand that we're going to do thumbnails. We're going to revise and, and refine and finish. And then we're going to go to value comps and color comps and then on to the painting. So all this will be not as long after this thing. But again, I am a big believer in showing you how to do this stuff from the ground up. Does that make sense? And then your process will probably shift and change. But I'll know that it shifts and change based on a good, solid, fundamental understanding. Does that make sense? Like somebody might show you some other little technique in another class and you go, oh, and you'll add that into your skill set and your tool set. And you might go, I kind of like this little technique better than that one we did in there, or whatever. You know what I mean? Or you might see something on YouTube. Who knows? Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I know it's going to change. And by the way, I want to make this very clear, because there's always teachers like this that are my way or the highway. You know what I mean? This is the way you do it. This is a way of doing it. Any teacher that teaches you anything, they're only teaching you a way of doing it. Does that make sense? Might be, and I try to keep mine as fundamental and as almost, I don't know, classical is probably the wrong word, but if I feel like if I stick to these very fundamental sort of classical ideas, I'm giving you a very good grounding, not in Mike's technique, but in just broad technique. A broad technique of, in this case, understanding watercolor or acrylic or whatever, okay? That way I'm leaving it sort of, yeah, you've got a good fundamental understanding of it, and then you can add things onto that. Does that make sense? That's why I'm not a big believer in like systems and like, or here's the way I like to do it, and it's very specific to me. I don't do that. I'll show you some things that I've stumbled on and things like that, but I want to keep it very broad. Does that make sense? Because then I want you to go into other people's classes and kick everybody's ass, right? Okay. Okay, wait, I gotta get back in the right folder. I'm in the wrong folder. Okay. So there's that. Where's Ebony? She in here?
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Hey, I got to send you a link, right? Wait, did we schedule office hours?
Not yet.
Are we?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, so we got to do that maybe today. Okay, what are you thinking?
So I was trying to figure out which composition would be more interesting.
What's the subject matter here?
There are 6 separate ideas.
Okay, what's this one? One.
It's like a kid in some type of spaceship that has this glass dome in the front,
Okay.
and he's looking down on like a planet.
What's this one? It's mushrooms. What's going on there?
Yeah, I was thinking I could put in like a little farmer's market that all the insects are going to.
So where's the farmer's market?
Just like in a garden.
What's going to make it the farmer's market?
Like, you know how they have fruit in different stands set up?
That's what I'm saying. Where are the stands?
Yeah, I didn't draw the stands in because they would have been too small.
Okay. And then what's this one? It's underwater, bell diver. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, you need here you need a, damn it, hang on. You need the tube that comes out of that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that could be fun. What's this one? Cars. Oh, racetrack?
Yeah.
What's this one?
It's like a you know how kids build forts out of sheets?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
kind of
I
what
used
it
to
is.
do
And
it all the
you're
time.
like looking into it with like these hanging lights on the inside.
Okay,
It's like
again, be
outside.
careful here because you're sort of splitting the thing. This is symmetrical on either side. So it just sort of looks like, and you've mirrored it over on this side. Got to be careful of that because it just splits it right in half. It gets really static, right? Does that
Mhm.
make sense?
Yeah.
So, I might have this pulled up a little more, move it over. Maybe I turn it a little bit. I don't know. And then what's this one?
It's like kind of like a Bugs Bunny type thing where the rabbit's underground.
And again,
And
see
it's
how
his
we're
home.
going boom. This is mirrored. This is mirrored. You see that?
Hmm.
So just be careful on that. I think the one that's either this one or this one. I think this one looks more fun to me. Does that make sense? You there?
Yeah, that was my favorite one actually.
Okay, good. But
Yeah.
I want to get it more clarified what's going on here. Like, is this ship going off the page?
Hmm.
I might kind of go, okay, so now I'm going to go, here's my astronaut, and I'm just making this up because I can't tell from here. Is this the little ship? Is there a little thing here? Maybe instead of this big dome, I might just put a dome over them. That's up to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then I can kind of go, I did one like this. Hang on, I'll find it in a second. Hang on. Well, sort of like this. Because then you got this expanse out here for, maybe I'd put another planet or something out here. And then you got this big, planet down here. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just sort of, let me see if I can find this. Because it's sort of a similar layout. It's a bottom view looking up, if I remember right, but I still think it's kind of the same. By the way, I just found this one. This one right here is a good example. Just washes and then a few lines to hold it together, wherever it is. Right? That makes sense?
Hmm.
Very simple, right? All this stuff, there's nothing there really. I just punched a couple of lines in here and that sort of pulled it together. Okay. If this comes up. That's so annoying. Trying to avoid going here to find it. Give me 2 seconds here. This day always feels like Saturday. I mean, it doesn't feel like Friday. I gotta get this stuff organized at some point. Yeah, I'll find it. I'll find it in a little bit. I don't want to go through all this shit. Boy, is that annoying. Oh, by the way, here's one that's a good example of color comping. Does that make sense? So this one, I picked this for obvious reasons. I picked this one. Okay, these were gouache though. And we're not going to kind of do it this way. We're going to do it in a simpler way. It's a lot faster. Although those were pretty fast. I'm trying to find this one image in here. And of course, it's way down here somewhere. Yeah, I'll find it later. It's too far. Okay. All right. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Another thing I might do, you know, I might give it some sort of like fun designed energy, you know, propulsion thing. Maybe it has something, you know, you can keep it simple, but make sure it's got enough meat on the bone to paint it. Right? Yeah?
Yeah.
How come it always takes everybody so long to answer on Zoom?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, there you go.
Sometimes it's just a delay.
Oh. Okay, so that's the one. Start. And by the way, when I say refine, that doesn't mean just go, okay, I'm going to go to a finished drawing. It's like, go bigger, start working it out, start figuring out what's working, not working, refine, you know, all that stuff. Okay. But I want to get these done fairly quickly because I want to get to painting. Okay. Who's this right here?
Oh, this one is mine.
How do you pronounce your name?
Feng Zhao. You can just call me Season.
Call you what?
Season.
Season?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, what do we got going here?
I just draw what I have in my head, and it was not connected. It was not a connected story. Just.
That's fine. I don't care about that.
Mm-hmm.
So what is this, camping here?
Yeah.
This one, what's happening here?
It's just like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like working in the museum kind of stuff.
Okay. And then character stuff here. Be careful here. This is starting to feel like it's got an anime slant to it.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Me no likey the anime.
Mm-hmm.
I think the one that's the most interesting is here.
Okay.
What's this gesture with the hand? What is that?
It's like, I don't know how to like, it's like character I say, hey, see, I have a great idea, kind of. And it's like,
Here's the thing. Okay, here's what you got to work out in this, because I mean, I think this could be fun to illustrate. You're gonna have some You're gonna have some stuff where you can do. I'm always trying to find these stupid things, and hang on. And I would work it out in the value comp, because this fire is this at night? It is, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know who this is. Here we go. Hang on. where you're going to get this kind of thing in the lighting, correct?
Oh, yes.
So you got to work that, you'll work that out in the comp, and then and then we'll paint it like that. Yeah.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to do pretty dark washes on the sky and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so I would go in and start. Okay, and here's the other thing I was gonna say. When you're doing a gesture, really be careful that I know what that gesture means for everybody. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of this stuff, and it comes out of anime again, where they draw people straight on like this with a big weird smile on their face, and they're going, and it's like, I don't even know what that means. Okay. Or they're going like this or something. And I'm like, I don't even know what these gestures mean. They're not, a gesture is loose and you're like, hey, I got an idea. It's that, it's not this or that. Like nobody does this, but I see it all the time in anime. Does that make sense?
Oh, yes. Okay.
So make sure it feels a little looser, and pose them, everybody. When you're doing these things, I pose them out if I'm not quite sure. And I always double check myself. So I might go, I'll just get up and go, hey, you guys. And I go, oh, I put this hand over here. Like I might not have thought of that. Okay. Or like she did, or it's like this, that makes sense, right? Where you're going, hey, you know what? And does my shoulder drop? Hey, or does, what happens here? Because it's not going to be this, if you're, you're going to be, your weight's thrown somewhere. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I raise an arm up, my shoulders, my collarbone slants. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So I would start with this one and start working it out. I think the poses and everything are fine. Just, work them out. Okay. And I'll show you guys some stuff with fire, like how we can kind of get that effect and things. And at the end of this too, by the way, I'm going to show you a little bit of, we can add a little bit of gouache to it, maybe a little chalk, things like that to kind of punch things a little bit. That way we'll talk a little bit about mixed media after we sort of get the, really approach it from a watercolor perspective. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you somebody else's work real quick in a minute too. Okay, who's this? Casey. Wait, I already looked at yours, didn't I?
No.
Oh, no, I didn't look at yours. I have two Ks. Oh, no, I have a Kayla. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so what are we saying here?
So each one is like a different story. Actually, give me 1 second. I'm going to move into another room because my husband's in a meeting. Sorry. Oh, you're not? Okay, just kidding. All right. So there's 5 different ideas. I'm sorry for the vertical composition in number 2. Picture number 1, it's kind of like a cowgirl and there's a giant cat. I like giant cats. I don't know. If you go
Giant
down giant, like think of like Clifford the dog, but it's a cat.
You
And
ever
it's not
seen the
red.
guy? You ever seen the guy on Instagram and all he does is put giant cats into scenes?
Oh, no.
I gotta find it. That's all he does. Like it'll be a big shot of like Tokyo or some city, and then there's a big giant cat sitting like in the middle of the city or whatever, or like walking through the city. Or whatever. That's all he does.
Catzilla.
Huh?
It's Catzilla.
Is that what it's called? I follow him on Instagram. Okay, anyway,
No.
go ahead.
Who you're talking about?
Huh?
I don't remember his name, but I know who you're talking about.
It's all
I-
Photoshop.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah. I just like that the internet lets me see some person's weird obsession on some weird thing, where years ago you wouldn't have seen any of this stuff. And it's like, well, that's kind of cool, All right. So we have, what's going on here? It's walking the dog.
Yeah,
With
walking
that?
the dog. It's a high angle shot and it's at night. The X's are meant to be like, those are darker areas.
Yeah.
Just-
So that's, so you read comic books.
Not really, actually.
That's how they set up the penciled pages.
Oh, no, I learned it from Marshall's class. He
Okay. Yeah.
said-
Because he
okay.
comes out of, he likes comic books.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's why
It's
I
an
learned it
inking
from.
technique. If I'm the penciler, I can go X, and that tells the inker that's where it's just pure black.
Oh, okay. Got it.
So it's a good language to know. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So what's this one? Okay. Is she talking to the cat?
She's getting ready to wrangle the cat. I might change her scale and make her a little bit smaller to give the impression that the cat is big, but the general idea is that she has a rope kind of tied onto her side, and she's gonna wrangle it or something.
Was the cat in the distance? It
It
feels
is
like
in
it's sitting on a fence looking over a fence.
It's not looking over a fence, but I actually really like that idea.
Yeah. Okay. So to your point, that cat, yeah, it feels a little bigger, but not that much.
Yeah.
And
So I
whenever
gotta-
you're designing anything that's stylized or whatever, I always say this: you never want to be in the middle. Like if you stylize a drawing and people look at your drawing and they go, "Is that stylized or is that just bad drawing?" You're in the middle. You don't want to do that. Or I'll give you another good example. There's a lot of people that, and I've seen students that we have. There's a lot of people that their drawing style lives somewhere between sort of representational drawing and sort of an anime influence on it. That is, to me, the worst place you can exist. If I saw that in a portfolio that I was looking to hire, I would immediately close it and you're out. Okay. Because it's like, it's a horrible place to be in your drawing. Okay. Because you're not really, okay, I don't like anime anyway, but you know, I'd almost rather see you go, okay, I've got a really fleshed out anime style. I don't know what you're going to do with that, but as opposed to some weird thing that's in the middle. Okay. And this is just a size version of that, where it's like, that cat's big. I want it to be big. I want it to be big enough where I go, oh, that's fantastically big. It's fantastical. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And then if she's gonna, okay, so she's gonna wrangle it.
Yes.
So is it sort of like so it's like a cowboyish kind of thing?
Yes.
I think I'd figure that out. Like, I might go and get some ideas from really classic, great Western genre painters. All he paints is like ranches and all that stuff, right? So I'm sure there's a lot of, he paints it like, you know, sort of ranch life. So I might kind of look at that and just see if there's, you know, is the cat, hang on. What's the cat doing?
Sleeping, as all cats do.
20 hours a day, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, so she's standing here. I like the way this is thrown forward a little bit. And then the cat, I probably would turn the cat this way, maybe. And then is it like paws? Is it meatloafing?
Yeah, it's basically like a loaf of bread. Yep.
So is she sneaking up on it?
Not really. Not really sneaking up on it.
So why is it sleeping?
Because cats love to sleep.
I know, but I'm just trying to figure it out from a story perspective a little bit. And I'm not that worried about story. I just want to make sure that the scene makes sense when I look at it.
Okay, got it. I didn't really think too much about the story, to be honest. I just like the idea of having somebody be responsible for wrangling a giant cat.
And okay, so here's my, I always talk about reference points when you're talking about an illustration or whatever, painting, whatever. And my reference point for someone who's going to go wrangle a horse or a cattle or whatever, they're never asleep. You know what I mean? They're either in motion away from them, or they're kind of standing in the field. They're going to go after them. Or here's one right here. Let me see if I can find it. Or they're doing something like that, right? Or, you know, so on and so forth, right? There's a bunch of different ways to handle it. But if I go through here and or if I even go look at pictures of, like, here's a couple of them standing there. Here's a guy that's about to go after him. Look, here's a good one. Right? So I know I might just maybe have the cat, I just look at some reference and just kind of go, what makes sense? Might be a couple of cats standing in the field. Usually there's a few calves or whatever it is they're doing. It doesn't have to be. The other thing I'd probably do, so you got some trees here. So what I want to say, what I was going down the path of talking about is that sometimes I want to use as many visual clues as I can. When I say visual clues, doesn't mean make a cliche painting. What it is I want to use a few things that set tone and place. Does that make sense? So one of the things is, yeah, they could have, so let's take this. I got to keep making this stupid thing bigger. Hang on. One of the things could be, let's shrink this down a little bit. It's too big. There's a rope. The cat's out here, probably going to wrap the tail around, do something fun with it. That cat is probably too close. So let's do this. Maybe there's a herd of cats over here. Tails up. Maybe there's one or two. It doesn't have to be more than one, but you just usually see them. And then I might go, yeah, I've got my trees here. But then I'm probably going to put maybe a corral fence around that, because that makes more sense in the context of like a wrangling, right?
Yeah.
And it gives me a, oh, farm, oh, corral, oh, ranch, right? I might put, I don't know, I might put another rope hanging here. And then I got to figure out where my actual composition is. Then I go, oh, she's not, maybe she's a little closer to get back to your like more original thing. So maybe she's more here. And by the way, if you notice, all I'm doing is blocking out big shapes. All I'm trying to do is go, okay, what's the first thing I want to do? Composition, design, where the shapes are and they're pleasing. Because it doesn't matter at this point if it looks much more than that, as long as I know that, oh, that big shape right there works really cool. Okay. One thing Drew Struzan would do in his, which I thought was a really interesting, valuable thing, is they would go, because he was the king of movie posters for like 30 years, right? And they would go, hey, we're doing they give him a Star Wars poster assignment or whatever, right? And I always thought this is a really smart thing to do, and I've always done it. He'd have, here's his ratio for a for a movie poster, right? And he would just go, and then he'd go, I don't like that, but maybe if this shape comes down like that. Okay, I like that, and then he would go, he'd just come up with some composition that kind of felt good. And then he'd go, okay, and he'd pop Luke Skywalker right here with his gun hanging down, right? Then he'd go, this little thing right here, I'm going to put Han Solo, and then maybe I'll put another character up here in its own frame. And then this is going to be a TIE fighter shooting across the sky at an angle. And he'd plug in his elements into that composition, right? And the reason that's valuable is because you're looking at it purely as composition and design. And then you sort of and you have it in your mind that you have these particular elements, but then you're sort of arranging them. It's just like if you've ever taken basic design, well, they'll go, hey, take these cut pieces of paper and arrange them into some pleasing design. Because if the design doesn't work from the beginning, none of it works, right? So sometimes when you think about everything so more abstractly, it'll help. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. So basically the abstract design is what you should consider while tackling the composition.
Yeah, and I'd argue that abstraction is actually your biggest friend in drawing, painting, design, composition, everything. When I look at when I'm painting on location, plein air painting, it's all abstract to me. Like I'm just plugging in things that I'm seeing, shapes and things. It becomes very abstract in my mind. When I'm drawing, it becomes very abstract in my mind. It all becomes shape oriented, and I'm not really thinking about, oh, it's a person. Because part of the problem is, I was telling this in my class tomorrow, because people always go, oh, I'm really bad. They always say something. They go, I'm really bad at drawing cars. I'm really bad at drawing people. I'm really bad at drawing. And I go, okay, well, you weren't trained how to draw right then. Because no matter what I look at, my brain never goes, oh God, there's 1,000 people here. It doesn't do that. I just go, ooh, cool. There's 1,000 people here. You know what I mean? In a big building, and there's this, and I'm excited about what I'm seeing. I know how to break it down. So I don't care what it is. Like, I have no interest in drawing cars, but I can draw cars. You know what I mean? Because they're just shapes, right? So when you can break it down to that fundamental thinking, it's going to help you a lot. Okay. Because then you're just looking at it again, in this case, purely as design. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. I think, what's this one here? This one I think we could use later. It's because we're going to do something that's much more one character focused.
Okay.
So hang on to that. Who knows? Maybe it'll work for that.
Okay.
Yeah, this is exactly what that guy does right there.
Oh.
Only he does it in Photoshop. Now I got to find it. It's bugging me now. I think it's this one. I think it's your cat wrangler one.
Okay. Got it.
You know, really think about it. You know, really go. By the way, all you guys, go down the rabbit hole. Here's what we have to learn how to do. And there's another element in this class that I want you to learn how to do. When you're designing and when you're, you know, creating something, you have to learn how to use reference. It's really important. Okay. So what happens? And again, I just said something about transitions earlier today, right? Transitioning from like life drawing into how you use that. Okay. This is another place where reference is learning how to, you don't just look at reference and start copying it. And that's what everybody does. Okay. There's a bunch of reasons why not. A, the color's not right. Okay. It's inaccurate. B, the shadows are wrong. Shadows will usually go to black. C, the camera average. And I'm not talking about somebody who's a monster photographer and a beautiful, brilliant photographer. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the rest of us who don't, you know, mostly what you see. Okay. The camera's averaging. So if I come into this room, I might have said this before. I saw it in some other class. If I came in this room, there's a light over here. Okay. So what's going to happen is if I come in here with a camera, like my phone, and I take a picture, it's going to blow that bright room out or that window out, and the whole room's going to go dark because the camera goes, I can't average that, man. You know what I mean? Like I'm going to go with that bright light and knock the whole room down, or maybe I'm going to go and darken the whole room. You know, it's going to average. It tends to average and mask the shadows together pretty darkly where they look black. Shadows aren't black. Okay. Shadows have color in them, and shadows have light bouncing around in them. Okay. That's what makes your painting look alive. Okay. There's lens distortion issues. There could be lighting issues where you got incandescent lighting and everything's going super yellow. Like when I do my tutorials, I do them out in the living room because it's a big, huge open room, and I get all this diffuse light coming in. But like at certain times of the day, usually in the morning, the cast on my board is super blue, right? Like too blue. So I have to go in and color correct the video before I, you know, when I'm editing it, and push it a little warmer again. So there's so if I'm going, and I see this all the time. So somebody will be working from a photograph that is really blue. They'll start throwing that blue into their work because they're not, to them, it looks right. It's not. Okay. And also there's things like, and then there's another thing where if you're using a telephoto lens, you'll probably notice on the news, right? Where like if they go, there's a fire and they're showing the helicopter, like, you know, they always show the helicopters like fighting the fire, right? If you ever notice, there'll be the helicopter, but the background will look like it's like 3 feet from the helicopter on those shots, right? Why? Because you're using a telephoto lens, and a telephoto lens flattens all the space. So if you're looking at that and you're using that for reference and you're using it literally, your painting's going to be super flat and it's going to look weird. There's not going to be any separation of depth. Okay. So one of the things we got to learn how to do in here is like how to use our reference. The other thing is don't copy reference. If it's a pose, like you see that all the time in classes, I'll go, oh, you used a photograph for that. And I'm not saying it's bad to use a photograph. And they go, because a lot of times they'll tell me they didn't. And I go, yes, you did. And they'll go, no, you didn't. I go, yes, you did. I can tell you did, because it's a stiff pose. I can tell that's from a photograph. I can tell it's just copied from a photograph. You have to take from photography what you need and throw everything else out. Does that make sense? So what I tend to do, and this is experience, you probably won't be able to do this right off the bat. If I'm using any photo reference, I tend to look at it, gulp in a lot of information, and then turn it over and not look at it. Okay, because otherwise I can become a slave to it. And I've done this before where I'm just drawing something out of my head and then I go, I forgot how to draw a Great Dane. You know, I'll pull a picture of a Great Dane, and all of a sudden that part of the drawing will all of a sudden get stiff and too realistic and too whatever. And I'm like, oh, I'm looking at this too much. So what I usually do is I look at it and I go, oh, that's how it's constructed. Okay. And then I make it up. Okay. That's just how I do it. Now, the other best way to do that is make sure you're in a sketchbook. I mean, live in a sketchbook, and it's going to teach you how not to use photography. If you go out plein air painting, it's going to teach you what to take from photography from a color perspective, because you're going to go, that's not going to do that. Or you're going to go, that mountain back there ought to go way bluer. It's really warm in this photo, but it needs to go bluer. Whatever. You're going to be able to make those decisions because you're going to know what to take from photography. You're going to know how to interpret photography, so on and so forth. Does that make sense? Now, I'm just making you aware of that, and I'm going to make you aware of it as we work through this. That's something I talk about more in my Saturday class and all that stuff. And when I get, I'll have a plein air class next year or whatever, and I'll talk about all that in there. But just in general, make sure that you're going out and you're starting to learn how things work from real life, because if you're drawing in a sketchbook or you're plein air painting, there is no filter there. What you're looking at, and I always say this, why I like my Saturday class to go on location, all the answers are right in front of you. Does that make sense? Like, what does a boat look like on a sunny day in Shoreline Village? It looks just like that because it's right in front of you. And there's a bunch of stuff in there you're not going to see in a photo. Then the next part of it is you got to learn to edit that stuff where you're not over, gulping in too much information, so on and so forth. So it becomes a balance. Does that make sense? So we have to learn how to use our reference. So with you, I type in ranch life. Cowboy ranch life, modern day cowboy ranch life, vintage cowboys on ranches, working cowboys in the Central Valley of California, ag country. I just look all that stuff up. I put a folder in there. Everything was interesting. I drag it in there. And I'm not looking for a particular scene. I'm just looking for like, oh, that's a cool idea. And you're going to find a million cool ideas, and then you'll find little things that tie back to the cat thing, go, oh, that's kind of funny because they do this. And you know what I mean? Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like one thing you'll see a lot of times is they'll like 3 or 4 cowboys will be in a corral, and like one of them be leaning on the fence and they're like shooting the crap. You know what I mean? Maybe one of them's on a horse and one of them's like getting ready, putting his gear on because he's going to be the one that's going to, whatever they do, break a horse or something like that. Right? Do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
What's your major?
I don't have a major at this college. I actually live up in the Bay Area. I was going to De Anza College and I finished my AA degree there, but they don't have like the same classes that you guys do. So that's why I'm here.
That's because we have a killer program.
You do.
And the reason for that is because all 3 of us came from the industry. So all 3 of us have 20 years in the industry, right? That's the difference. Yeah. And all of us have really good skills.
Yes. My
problem when I was learning, and I'm only saying this because you got to be very careful who you take classes with. You got to really research your teachers. There's just too many people who aren't qualified to teach, in my opinion. Okay. And again, I know I say this all the time. The only reason I'm saying it again is I want you to make sure that you curate your education very, very, that you're really on top of that. Okay. Cause that's on you. You got to really make sure that you find, and again, I could be the teacher that doesn't speak to you. You might go, this guy's not my thing, whatever. And that's fine. But I really research your teachers. Okay. And really look at like, okay, what work do you actually do? What work have you actually done? You know what I mean? Or are you just talking? Because that bothers me. It really bothers me. I want to have a foundation under your education. I take this very seriously. And I don't care if it costs 10 cents, you're paying for it. Okay. So that matters to me, that you're getting that. And especially right now, because we're on lockdown, I want to make sure you're getting a lot of value in my class. Okay. So lots of conversation, lots of questions, but what do you want to do?
I want to eventually get into the animation industry. I'm interested in storyboarding, and I'm taking Phil Demetriadis's Applied Perspective.
Good. That's a good class.
Like they didn't even teach perspective. We spent like 2 weeks on it at De Anza College. And one other teacher I had, he would give us feedback and storyboard, but it would be verbal. He wouldn't draw over any of our drawings. He would verbally explain to us for 30 minutes.
Yes. That's one of my biggest pet peeves is what you just said. Because if I do that as a student, and I don't want to crap on anybody because I don't know who that is. If I'm in a class and you're not working over my drawings and you're not drawing all the time and you're talking about drawing, I am out. You know what I mean? Because I just go, I'm going to get nothing out of this. I've got to know. I want, and you seem like you're like this too. That's why I'm asking. You seem mechanics driven. Am I right?
Yeah.
And when I say mechanics driven, that doesn't mean you're not creative. It means, hey man, this is how I looked at my education. Give me the mechanics, okay? So I can do the creative work I want to do, but I need the mechanics. Otherwise I can't do anything, okay?
Yeah.
Mechanics set you free, okay? They set you free. You can paint, draw anything you want and go into whatever industry you want and all that kind of stuff. But you need those mechanics. Like Phil's, the reason I like Phil's perspective class, you can't get a perspective class like that unless you go to like a art center. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. I'm very thankful to be there.
Yeah. And how did you find out about us?
I watched the Draftsman podcast, and Marshall was like, if you want to take a class with me, you know, you can come to Fullerton Community College. And because we're on lockdown, you know, for like almost a year now, I started looking into it last summer, and I was just looking through your website, and it was an amazing website. And I looked up some of the teachers, like I Googled them, I saw their portfolios, and I said, oh, wow, this is amazing.
Right.
So yeah, I signed up ASAP. And I keep telling my friends at De Anza, like, hey guys, we're online right now. Please, like, take advantage of this opportunity.
It's interesting you say that, because one thing I was just telling the guys, because I put up a lot of work on Instagram, and that's the reason I do it, is so kids can see what I do. And plus I just make a lot of work. But I've been telling the guys, I go, make sure you're hashtagging all your stuff. I hashtag my stuff like Barstow Community College. I went through and I found all these community colleges, so I pop up in their feed. Because what I want to, because right now, to your point, we're on lockdown. It's like statewide, I don't think you pay anything more. I think out of state you do. So now I'm targeting California and going, come on, you know, this is the cheapest way you can do this, and you can get a lot of value for it. And it's really exciting to me, by the way, to get people from different areas.
Yeah. So when you mentioned like, hey, let's go to this library, I got a little sad because it's in SoCal. I mean, I could drive down, but.
Well, if we do it, we'll see.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it unless the school starts relaxing, because I don't want to be responsible for anybody getting COVID.
Yeah.
I would feel terrible if that happened. Anyway, so go down the rabbit hole of research, and a lot of your research is just going to be to get ideas, not even necessarily research, because you're going to stylize this, right? But you are going to get a lot of really cool idea. And the idea might be like what I just said, where you see the sun hitting these dirt environments, and then it pops all this orangey warmth underneath. Like, it could just be that, you know what I mean? But that stuff is important. Okay. So one of the things usually happens next month, and it's another thing we should do a field trip on. Maybe they'll be open though. If this is open, then you should drive down for this. The Masters of American West show. Okay. Which is like that guy just showed you. He's always in it. It's at the Autry. It's one of the best painting shows on the West Coast, just for traditional painting. And one of the things that makes all the work look so amazing is, yes, value, contrast, brushwork. But one of the things that really, that place will really give you a sense of it is temperature. Like that thing when you see a beautiful oil painting or whatever, and it sort of sparkles and just has that beautiful color thing to it, that's temperature. Okay. And it's something I don't think it's talked about enough. And I think it's absolutely as valuable as color and value and design is temperature. Okay. If you start manipulating temperature and it's one of the things I want to get through to you guys in here, really, because I'm trying to compress your time frame of learning and to getting to a professional level. And some things, if I can just pop it in your brain where you're starting to be aware of it, you'll start working towards it. Okay. Does that make sense? And you want to do animation what? You want to do actual animation, or you want to do like design work, or what?
So previs, so
Oh.
storyboarding. Yeah.
Okay, good. Monster draftsmanship, monster design. It really those two things, right? You need color too, but monster draftsmanship, monster design, right? Oops. Okay. All right. So you know what you're doing, right?
Yes. Thank you.
And by the way, you guys, you can send me these things during the week if you want. Okay, because I want to keep moving. Don't think you got to go, oh, you got to wait till next week. No, send me something. Where's Carla?
Good morning.
I just used yours from illustration. Remember last term, the editorial thing?
Yeah.
Yours and a bunch of other ones to club all the other teachers over the head in a faculty meeting.
Really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Because they're like, hey, we're doing this. And I was like, really? Hey, we're doing this. It was all fine art stuff. And I go, yeah, my students are doing this. And I was going through and everybody's like, whoa. I love doing
Cool. I started following you on Instagram and I saw that post and I'm like, oh my God.
it. Oh, yeah, yeah.
He liked
I use this a lot of, yeah, I think I use the same ones in that meeting.
Yeah, very, very good artist.
Holy shit.
Laura, goddamn.
There's a bunch of great people in that class.
Yeah, and then Brianna, I started following Brianna too. I followed Brianna and Laura. And
Yeah.
then the people that you also tagged, I was like, yo, dude, that's amazing.
Yeah, those people are amazing. I mean, there's a bunch of amazing people in the program. Okay, anyway. All right, what are we looking at?
Well, I drew a lot of cats because I have
That's
cats
fine.
and they inspired me. For number 9, I just drew like kittens getting out of a box. Probably gonna go like look for a butterfly or something. Number 8 is a girl and her cat just exploring the woods or a backyard. I don't know.
I like that.
Number 9.
I like this
and,
one, the fishing.
Yeah, the cat's waiting for its meal. Like I was thinking of doing like a little bib on it. And
Oh,
like
I
a
was just
little
gonna say, yeah. You know what else
Yeah.
you could do is you could do the little bib, and then where they have like a knife and a fork in each hand.
Yeah, I was thinking of that. I thought it was cute. Number 1 again, it's the same.
You know what I
thing,
would do? I don't want to overcomplicate this, but what I would do if that was a book, because you have this, you're going to have a horizontal. I would have the girl fishing. I would have the cat in the background with a table with the cloth on it and like setting the table,
Yeah.
like
that's a
lighting
good
the
idea.
candle. You know, I don't want to get that complicated with it though.
I'll think about it.
Huh?
That is good. I'll think about it. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I mean you can, but it's what you did is fine. I think that's fine. Which one do you like the
number 1.
best?
I mean, it doesn't really matter to me. Just whatever you give me the go to,
The one I really like is this one.
the fishing one.
Yeah, and if
Okay.
you look, there's a similarity in pose to which is one I really loved from last term, which I think was in this class. It was in this class. This one. Hang on.
Oh,
Where is she? Here she is. This one. Right?
that's very wow.
By the way,
Yeah.
I'm a sucker for this kind of sentimental stuff. Okay. I think that was a really nice piece. And that was this project. Does that make sense, you guys?
Mhm.
And again, you could go, oh, it's a little close to the good, but it's fine. Okay. I'm not going to get crazy in here about that. She did a great job on that. Okay. So I think this one, so start working it up. And remember, you're actually right now, you're working in a square. You're actually going to be working in this ratio.
Is it going to be the same size as the alligator project that we did for Illustrator? Because remember last
11 by
semester I did-
17.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
I tend to use 11 by 17 for a lot of things because it's a standard size.
Okay.
It's also a nice horizontal ratio. It's also a nice vertical ratio. And, it's just a standard size. But anyway,
Okay,
just be aware that that's your actual border. Yeah, because you don't want to go, ooh, and really design the hell out of it. And then I go, well, it's square. Now you got to
Okay.
redesign the whole thing. And sometimes you're really in love with that design. Now, normally we'd be talking about, and I'm not going to worry about it in here, is we'd be talking about, in my illustration class, I do think about it, but like you go, okay, is my type going to be right here? So I got to design around the type. I'm not going to worry about that in here. Okay.
Okay.
That's the one I like. I think that's cool.
All right. I'll work on it.
You guys come up with stuff and then I want to paint it. Or I want to
You
draw it. I
should.
want to design it. I got plenty of
I
stuff.
don't mind.
Actually, I got a book that I got to sell. So
I know you keep mentioning that. I want to see it.
yeah, I got to, that's going to be my next focus. I need to get focused on that. I got to get a literary agent and all that stuff. But I mean, the dummy's done. It's been done for years. And it's just, I had this weird mental block on finding a literary agent. I'm used to being a bulldozer and I pick up the phone and I go, give me a meeting. And I just try and pound into a room. And you can't do that in the literary world.
Oh,
'Cause they got
damn.
gatekeepers in there. And I get why they do, by the way. All right. Who's this? Lance.
That's mine.
Okay. So what are we thinking here?
So I was thinking like a simple character is walking to the forest and then he goes inside the forest. And for some reason there's a city right there because I was just playing around.
I would do something like this one.
Yeah.
Give me that more worked up so it's not so schematic
Okay,
so I can
yeah.
see like what's going on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that one.
Yeah.
Where's Sydney at? Wallaby Way. Where are you? You here?
Here.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are we thinking?
So I have 4 Compson, which is on the first one. And I like the one where she's sitting down in like a gazebo and then on the platform or handlebars of the gazebo, there's just a frog there.
Like this one here? The first one?
The second one.
This one.
Yes.
Oh, so she's sort of on a railing, leaning over, talking to him?
No, she's reading and then this frog comes out of nowhere and begins to like give her flowers or introduce.
Okay, I like that.
And so I was picturing it's like a Princess and the Frog type of thing, and
That's
she
fine. Normally
but she-
normally I want to keep super away from that stuff, but I think this is fine. Existing things, I don't really care that much in here.
Yeah.
That if you like that one, I'm fine with that. The only thing I'd say is it feels to me like it feels like it should be, if she's going this way, so she's going this way. And she's sort of leaning against the railing. There's a couple things. If she's leaning this way, I feel like this shoulder should probably be out this way. Maybe that hand is here. Because she's actually leaning this way.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
And then I like that you push the pose. And then, she could have her book here. Now, she could also be leaning this way and both hands are on the book and she's just leaning against the railing.
Oh, okay.
So she could be doing that. And then she's sort of looking over like, what? Does the frog ever do this in that show or in that story?
No, it's not really. The frog proposes while they're at a well, I believe, if I remember correctly. So I just wanted to like a change of.
And then
Princess
again,
and the
I'd look at like, okay, so now, and when you're doing these thumbnails, I don't really care about reference or anything like that because they're just ideas. Now I would do the same thing we talked about with Casey's, is now like, what is this gazebo? you know, do I see maybe if I make this a little, well, you're close in on it, so that's fine. You know, is it just a line of trees out here? Maybe it's just a nice, whatever.
I was going to do the gazebo as like kind of overgrown, so there's ivy on the poles.
Okay.
Um,
So
and
these
like,
would go up.
yeah,
That's good. That's really good. Yeah, and then there'd be a little of this. Like that stuff.
yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
perfect. Yeah, I like that. You know, and then figure out the bench and all that stuff. Yeah, I'd probably just have both of her hands on the book. And then she
Okay.
could, you know, she could be doing this, kind of reading her book. And then
Yeah.
what? You know. I like that. That's good. Yeah?
Yeah. And then those are extra sketches of her and the frog.
Have you looked at frogs?
I wasn't looking at frogs when I did the basic sketch, but I will in a little bit.
Actually, to be honest with you, I think it's actually in some ways it's valuable to not go straight to reference, because again, you're going to start, that's where I start seeing it, where I go, okay, you just copied a photograph. And then what happens is you become a slave to your photography, your reference. And I see this all the time where there's a weird pose in something and I go, and I can tell, and I go, you took that pose from a photo and you think you're locked into that pose because that's the pose in the photo. And now you're just copying the photo. And then you're trying to mash everything around that pose because you're afraid to jump off the cliff. It's better to come up with your ideas and go, ooh, I like this pose. And then, you know, shoot a reference photo or go find something similar and then plug and get some frog reference, figure out your frog stylization, and then apply all that stuff to your poses and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I had a frog kneeling and like putting his like hat on his chest. I have a frog like with a flower. Well, I had one dancing, but
And
well,
I like the simplicity of him just walking up and handing them to her.
okay.
Like you have it. I mean, I like that. I think it's cool. And I also just like the idea of, because I don't really remember that story very well. Of him just sort of coming up out of nowhere, you know, you're sitting there reading a book and a frog comes up and he's like, here, you know, I just like that idea. Okay.
Okay.
And it's very presentational. I like that it's exaggerated what he's doing, you know, all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
And by the way, anybody in here is pretty advanced. You should be thinking about portfolio pieces in here, okay? If you're pretty advanced already. Okay, who's this?
That'd be mine. Is my mic working?
Yeah. What's happening here?
So these are 6 different images I came up with. The first one here, the top left corner, was supposed to be kind of like a brownie peeking behind some books while someone's reaching over to grab a book off a bookshelf.
Okay.
The one below that, I was thinking of like a gnome smoking from a pipe kind of thing.
Okay. But I got to give me some context for that.
Yeah. That one with the 2 knights is supposed to be like one's going down a hallway, like trying to get ready for his next duel or whatever, and then it's gonna behind him, grab him on the shoulder, like telling him to wait.
Why is he going down a hallway? Is it like into an arena or something?
Yeah, I was thinking like, because I do Ren Fair and stuff. He's like getting ready for his joust, like he's holding the his lance and everything. He's got like a little shield on his arm, and he's just, you know, on his way, and the other person's trying to like warn him, like, hey, hold on, you know, don't just go rushing into
I
this.
might pick a different I like the idea of the knights. I might pick a different thing of him going, hey, hold on, because it's kind of hard to show that. Does that make sense?
Right.
But I like the idea of the knights. So I might I know that the knights they usually had, I think they had an assistant or something that helped them get ready, right?
Right.
Which I'm assuming that guy is.
Yeah, like a squire.
Yeah, so I might just do a different pose of that same idea where it's not him holding him back, where maybe he's doing something, right? And you can have them both together, however you want to do it. I might take them out of a hallway because I don't know what's going to be in the hallway. If it's interesting, cool. But I might put them outside somewhere or something. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But I like the idea of knights. Go ahead.
Sorry. The one below that, I was thinking of like the whole King Arthur story where it's Lady of the Lake giving him like the sword like Excalibur, which makes him king.
I like the knights better than that one. What's this one here?
That one's supposed to be like a wizard in his party of like companions, because I do a lot of Dungeons and Dragons too.
Okay, so the problem I have with that one is it's starting to get away from children and it's starting to get into, I like to draw this stuff. So when you're starting to get in big horn things and all that stuff, that's starting to exit children's books and it's starting to get into a different level, right?
I was thinking like stuff like the Black Cauldron and stuff like that, where it's
Black
still
Cauldron,
like fantasy for kids, but it's like
the Black Cauldron sort of failed for a reason, right? That makes sense. Yeah. Wasn't a good movie.
Yeah, it was an amazing movie.
No, it wasn't. What's this one here?
That one I was thinking like Goosebumps, where it's like a kid that's like hiding in the closet, like saying he like heard a noise under his bed, and he went to go hide in the closet, but the monster's actually in there.
I like this one. I like this night one. This one here. Yeah.
Okay.
And I like how I mean, it's very rough, but it feels like it's starting to, it feels like the stylization feels more kid. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I would maybe just find some cool interaction between those two, right?
Okay.
Perfect. You like this one here too, right?
Right. I like all of them. They're all good.
Okay,
to
good.
me.
All right. So that one, I like the simplicity of it. I like where it's going from a kid point of view. You could, they have shiny, cool, whatever you call it, armor, on and on and on. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, good. So refine it. By the way, did you go to that show at the Bowers of the armor?
I didn't.
Oh, you should have. You would have loved it. If you like that Ren Fair stuff, you would have loved it.
Okay.
It was just all this real armor from all these different periods. It was really mind blowing. We went there and drew in my Saturday class. It was super fun. All right. Did I go through everybody? Yeah?
No, there's still one.
There's what? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit.
How about now?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay, good.
What did I miss?
Cassandra Marie, but I turned mine in late.
Now let me look. Dang it, hang on. Wait a minute. Cassandra, didn't I go through yours already?
No, I don't think you did.
Did I miss it? Oh, I did.
There it is. Oh, you did.
I don't know how I missed that. Okay, let's go. Okay, what's happening?
So basically, I made a little story about a little kid who was friends with a little monster under his bed.
Okay.
The premise kind of stayed the same of them just kind of like having a midnight drink of like water or something.
Oh, okay. I like that. Same idea here, just different compositions.
Yeah, and I changed the monster over time. At first it was a claw, and like spooky eyes, but I thought that was a little too scary. Hence the change to like the tentacle idea, because it looked a little more shy and
I
friendly.
love tentacles. I just love drawing tentacles for some reason.
They're fun.
Yeah.
They're just little noodles.
Well, plus you can just do anything with them. You can go, oh, he's holding this and he's doing that, and he's, and you can put 50 of them on, Plus they're curvy. They're just fun to draw.
They are.
Okay, so these are different compositions.
Than just the doodle of the little kid, because I liked drawing him. And then the other ones, my favorite one has so far been the ones at the bottom left over there. The one where he's tapping his shoulder, and the one where he's like being given the drink, because his tentacles look all shy and his big ol' eyes. I just
Tapping on the shoulder's fun. Here's that one. I like where'd it go? I like this composition.
Mm-hmm.
I like this one.
That one?
Yeah. I like that. I like the composition. I just like that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
And remember, you're going to have a horizontal here.
Doing that.
So you're going to have really more like that. So then you want to go oh God, that's so annoying. Hang on. Whatever there. So then you got to go, okay, so am I going to have, and you can play with it, obviously. Am I going to have maybe something here, like maybe the edge of a thing? Maybe it's got a photo here and it has the two of them together. I don't know, whatever it is. Maybe something in the foreground. Then I could show like the bed frame a little bit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm liking how it's coming together.
There's some really nice drawings. And I always go to this Lilo and Stitch stuff because it just has a lot of stuff that I think is just really illustrative and really nicely designed. Hang on. Like if you look at these interiors, I'll find the one I'm looking for in a minute, but if you look at these interiors, they're very richly populated. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you don't have to go this crazy with it, but her bedroom, when they designed her bedroom, which is in here somewhere. You might get some nice just inspiration from it. God, every time I'm trying to find these in class. Because they're sort of mundane, interiors, but they make them not mundane. God, I can't believe I can't find this.
I think that's it there.
Here? Oh, here's one. Here's a few. I like the drawings, but this is fine. So, just fun little, And I always, you know, and they're doing it here. Everybody does it. I always find ways. Let me try one more thing. Here's one. No, I lost it. Hang on. Yeah, here's one. You know, even though it looks like a lot of stuff in here, it's really not. Okay. And when little things like this little guitar leaning gives you a diagonal, those aren't just there for the hell of it. Okay. You probably, you know, and you're doing this subconsciously usually. I need a diagonal. I got all these verticals and horizontals. I need a diagonal. Look at this big curve right there. What does that do? It just makes the room look a little more interesting, makes it from a shape perspective. Just like we were talking about with Casey stuff, where we're working from a very, what do I need here? I've got a bunch of hard geometry here. Okay. It's the same thing like with perspective. What's great is you'll come out of Phil's class, you'll understand perspective, but now you got to go, okay, I can't just have everything look like a ruler drawing. I've got to break things up with, you know, soft lines and curves and diagonals and get things, you know, where I have interesting shapes. And then they also have to be placed very strategically, because you don't want to just go, so you get this all the time. And again, it's part of the learning process. And you'll go, why is that there? And they go, oh, that way I have a diagonal. And you're like, I know, but that just looks totally weird. You know what I mean? Like finding this is a diagonal. This guitar leaning there is a diagonal. He tilted this lampshade a little bit, you know. He chubbed up all the woodwork. He put very stylized grain in it. Or this is actually, I think it's Paul Felix here. So on and so forth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I always like in my book, there was a part of it where it got cut out, but I had a part of it where my dogs, you could see her bedroom, right? And it had like posters on it that were a dog would have. It had just all these things that were sort of tween bedrooms, but like with a dog version of it, you know, and it's all these little Easter eggy, jokey little things. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So like
Which I
add
love doing.
Easter eggs, personality to the room, sort of like this.
Yeah. So everything we're doing, we want to have a little personality to it. Okay. And the thing in here is you're free from narrative with me in this class, not like my illustration class where I'm beating you over the head with narrative. You're pretty free here. I just want a great design, and I want a good finished drawing, right? Before we can go to paint, right?
Right.
Make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we know what we're doing. And we're going to develop this week, right? Because I'm going to get into painting pretty quick. This is, I mean, you got the bones right here for this thing to really work. And the other thing, by the way, is another tentacle can be coming up on the other side of the bed and doing something else. Or whatever, holding something or whatever, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Like you have water. Like if that was a teapot, well, I couldn't do it that way. I was going to say, if that was a teapot, I might have the other tentacle coming over with a teacup, you know, that wouldn't work because you're pouring it. And I think pouring it's a better solution. But you know what I mean? It could be something else that relates to this. It doesn't have to be, but you don't have to put it in there. That's fine. You know, and what can I put in this foreground? Doesn't have to be what I just put. Who knows? Okay. You know, I could put the foot of the bed here. Or I could blow her up and kind of keep your composition a little more intact. Just blow her up a little bit so it goes a little off the page a little bit, so on and so forth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, good. And you know, keep this. I want to make it a little more further in the design, but I like this kid. I like it here a lot. Okay, so we'll go in and we'll, you know, if they want to have this curly hair, that'll be fun. We can do some wet and wet stuff and all that kind of stuff and kind of get that idea. Here's a look at this. It's ink, but it's just like watercolor in the way he's using it. And this is just a nice way to think. So look what he did here. He rendered out this face, and then around the face, he just soaked it with color, water, and then he just dropped ink into it and sort of manipulated it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that looks really fun.
Yeah, it's awesome, right? And then he's got a very big focus on the face because it's rendered, but then all this is just washy and loose, right? Same idea. Okay. Does that make sense? Here's the whole thing right here. And then look at this. There's cross hatching, all this kind of stuff. We're not going to do that, but. Okay, good. You know what you're doing. That's cool. I like that.
Thank you.
I got one more. Hey, Robert, these are blank files.
Oh, sorry.
See
You
that?
want me to fix that?
Yeah, I'll pop them in there. I want to go over them before lunch. And then after lunch, I want to talk a little bit about these washes and start to take it into an illustrative sense. Does that make sense? Well, we'll just take, what do you guys want to do? Just like a half hour for lunch? Okay. I don't want to go an hour. I don't think we need that. Just grab something to eat. Elizabeth, you're going to take an hour. And a half. Where you at, Elizabeth? You in Brea?
I'm in San Dimas.
Oh, San Dimas. Because you're always all over the place, right?
Yeah. I like to get away.
Yeah, me too. I love road tripping. That's my favorite thing, man. You're never freer than when you're road tripping with nobody. I don't like to go with anybody. Yeah? There's no discussion. You just go. Okay, hang on. Did you throw it in there, Robert? Where are you going?
Yeah, I'm getting there.
So this one I can throw away, right? Do you guys see why I like everything in the folder by 8:30? And by the way, what I'm going to show, what we're going to talk about afterwards, will be very simple. Just starting to talk about how we take these things. So again, it's the link between just a basic wash and then sort of the big block in and all that kind of stuff. Okay. Ah. Are we there?
Yes.
Oh, here it is. Okay. Hang on. Okay. So next week, this folder will close at 8:30 and that's the end of it. Make sense? And I won't do what I normally do. What I do the first week, if you notice this morning, I said like 8:30, the folder closes, T minus 30 minutes. I do that to remind you, like put it in there. Because then people go, oh, I didn't know. And it's like, yes, you did. I sent you 2 or 3 messages. Yes, you did know. Okay. And also don't throw things in at the last minute. Okay. Throw it in the day before if you're done. I mean, if you're not done, I get it. But I had somebody this week who contacted me. He goes, where do we put stuff? And it was like 10:30 on Sunday night. And I go, oh, so you're doing your stuff at the last second. And it's going to be totally half-assed. And it was. Okay. You got to put time into this stuff. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. Especially in this class, you're going to have to put some time into it. Does that make sense? But the payoff is you get something that's going to, again, it's going to translate to all your design stuff, your illustration stuff, your concept design stuff, your digital painting. It's going to make all that stuff better. And by the way, in here, I'm still missing. I'm missing at least 4. And you're going to quickly, if you miss stuff in here, you're going to really fall behind really fast.
Sorry if they look like shit.
You always beating yourself up, Robert.
I'm an easy target.
No, you're not. You in the other classes, you drew better than a ton of people. So I've talked to you about this. You have drawing ability. These are thumbnails, man. All I want to do is just know what they are, right?
Okay.
All right. So what's happening here?
Well, I didn't know if we were doing our own thing, so I just based this on a thing called the Baba Yaga.
The problem here is it's a vertical composition, right?
Yeah.
We're doing 11 by 17 horizontal. So let's go over here. These are all vertical except for this one, but you could adjust that. What's happening here?
Oh, it's her mom on her dying bed giving her the doll.
And what's happening here?
It was her going into the forest to look for some for a light, like a specific sort of light. It's the story is sort of like Cinderella a little bit, except like with a cannibalistic witch.
I kind of like this one, but you got to work it out into a horizontal composition, right?
Okay.
And then like think about like, hang on. This is another guy that works in watercolor a lot. Some digital, but he has one, if I remember right. I think it's here. Yeah, here. So sort of that same composition, right?
Yeah.
But make sure that figure is like filling up the space enough to make it interesting. You know, there's very interesting colors in here, really interesting pose, you know, all that kind of stuff. But I think the composition can work. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd go with that one, you know, and then look how this background is simplified, very simple. This one looks like it's probably digital, I think. But he's got a lot in here that are watercolor. Like I think this one is watercolor. He's got a really this like thing he does with like purple and blues and stuff that I think is really nice. Anyway, I can put them on. Here's another one. Look at this one. Who had the cat in space? Who was that? Nobody?
I think you're talking about me.
Yeah. So look, there's your, that's a nice color scheme, right? And look, you got the same thing. You got the star
Yeah.
in the sky up here, some planets, all that kind of stuff, right? So look at things, you know, for inspiration
Mhm.
and get some ideas from it, right? You don't want to copy it, but you want to get some ideas from it. Okay. So let's go. Let's take a half hour for lunch. Yeah. Okay. There, I'm leaving it up here for a second because here's my palette. Okay. For this, I'm just going to use my sort of everyday thing. What I tend to do here is I keep a spritz bottle.
Mike, you're still sharing your Photoshop screen.
You guys can't see my camera?
I can see your camera.
Okay. How about now?
That's better.
I'm going to pin this because, okay, here's what I'm going to do. What I'm talking about right now, I'm probably just going to do a quick video on it so it's very clear because I set up my little studio just to do that. This, I'll just go over it, but I need to do this anyway, so it'll probably just take me an hour to do it, so it's no big deal. So just know that, okay? Does that make sense? I'm gonna leave that. Let's do this. What just happened? Oh, I hit my button. Sorry. I don't know how I did that. Wait a minute. Something's going on with my thing. Hang on. He keeps turning off my video for some reason. Hang on a sec. Oh, I bet I know what it is. It's the first time I've used it all term, so that's why I got to dial it in. There it is. Okay. Okay, so you can see this here now, right? So just to activate these, I like to go in and just spritz them. Just get them wet again, okay? Now, when I'm doing, I meant to grab this, sorry, you guys. Apparently I didn't. Hang on a sec. I think I'm going to go to my sketch bag. Okay, I just got a thing that says Drip in the South Coast Plaza is going to open on the 10th, which is a sketch spot, if anybody cares. Okay. Now we're talking about using a Derwent for this project if you want to do that. But just so you know, a lot of times when I'm just doing watercolors, I will use an orange or a red pencil. Why do I do that?
So the lines are dark from a
No.
regular pencil?
No, because it's a little more of a natural color and it will disappear under the washes. And if any of it shows, it's a nice little warm pop. It's not some dead gray graphite color. Does that make sense? Okay, so what I'm going to do here, this is just going to be real loose, real simple. Okay, I'm going to use this is a color erase, and it also doesn't go very dark, which I like. Okay, so I'm just going to put, God, man, these guys, once they start texting, they just start texting like crazy, and my thing keeps binging. It makes me nuts. Okay, so I'm just going to do, you know, silhouette of a tree here. Now, make sure that you're not just doing lollipop trees with a circle and then a stick. Does that make sense? Let me grab something here, you guys. Don't do this. Can you see that? That's not blown out, is it? Okay. Don't do that. You know, get a nice asymmetrical tree. And then I'm going to go down here again with the trunk. I'm not just going to go straight. I'm going to go a little bit to a side thing here. Let's put a hill there. Then maybe there's a horizon. I'm cutting it right in half, but that's okay. And then maybe I'll put some hills here. Okay, does that make sense? Now, there's a bunch of different ways I can do this. The first way, I can do this with a brush. I can do it with a spritz bottle. Let's do it with a brush first. Let me grab a paper towel. Okay, so another thing I do is I always have a paper towel in my left hand, okay? Because I might want to pick things out really quickly, okay? I want to see if I shut this window if it helps a little bit. Is that different or the same?
Honestly, it looks kind of the same.
Okay, that's fine then. I just want to see if it made a difference. Because I like my window open because it looks out in the forest, so it's kind of nice. Okay, so I'm going to take, so I just put this in some water and I'm going to wet this down a little bit. And then I'm going to mix a brown, okay? And I don't do this. Oh, here's burnt sienna. There's my brown. It's not usually going to work. Does that make sense? Now, here's part of the reason why for me that doesn't work. Like let me talk about this real quick. Again, we were talking about temperature a little bit earlier, correct? I live up in the woods, right? If you looked at the tree trunks out here and I said, what color are those tree trunks to an average person? They'd go, they're brown, right? Which is correct. My next question to you is, well, what temperature are they? And up here, everything is purple. Like right now, things are mostly purple. Depends on the lighting, obviously, but for the most part, the ground texture will become purple, the tree trunks become purple. And this is how it works, right? Now, late in the day out on the rim, there's a golden hour and the whole side of the hill becomes beautiful, brilliant orange, like warm, rich orange. Okay, then the temperatures change. At night, if there's light on it, like off my deck at my house, they'll go a little bit like really gray-green. So here's what you want to ask yourself. It's based on your lighting in this case, but if you were out painting, if you look at a tree trunk, the first thing you do is go, okay, it's brown. Okay. Then you go, what temperature brown, right? If I'm painting a car on a beautiful day like today where it's all blue, I might paint the sides of that car like a nice, if it's a red car, a nice warm red, right? Because the basic logic is coming from the ground, it tends to be warmer, right? But the hood, the roof, and the trunk, I'm going to cool off a little bit because there's all that blue above it, and there's all that reflective color bouncing into that red. So what's that going to do? It's going to put everything into the same lighting. Will everybody notice that? No, it doesn't matter though. It's going to look right. Does that make sense? And then I can push those things. I can push all that stuff, okay? And that's why you want to be understand your technique, because you become a master of your universe that you're creating, and you can do it in a way that makes sense and it looks really pro. And those little things like temperature are the things that set your work apart beyond the basic thing of good design, contrast, value, proportion, all that stuff. Now the next level is like, let's start thinking about temperature, because we can really control and make this sparkle and look really nice that way. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, once in a while, I'll use a green and I'll just modify it or whatever. But right now, I want to talk about, more mixing things and stuff. or how I'm thinking about it. Let's go back here. And this tree, let's just mix. This is a phthalo, which is really strong, but I'm just going to use it anyway. Okay, here's the next thing with watercolor. Since you're going light to dark, okay? So and I'm going to use a little bit of yellow ochre. Why? It's a more natural yellow. This is very strong, and I want to push it back a little bit, so that's not too bad. So what you're starting with is your lightest value, or your lightest value and your lightest color. Does that make sense? So this whole tree, if I start dropping this in, and I'm going to spritz it a little bit. See how that starts to break up the edges a little bit? Now you can do it with a brush. You don't have to do it with a spray bottle. And then I'm going to leave a few sky holes in here. And then as it comes down here, if I want another sky hole, I can just lift things. See how much that'll lift out? Do you guys see that? So when people, I know you can do it, but like a lot of times, I want to look at this hard edge right here. Now I've got to determine, like, do I want that hard edge there? And I don't. So what do I do? While it's still wet, I break up that edge a little bit. And I got to go through here and go, where do I want? I don't want hard edges or soft edges everywhere. And I'm just going to go, let's say there's a little bit of warmth in there. I'm going to pop maybe a little burnt sienna up here. And I probably, while it's still wet, I can go maybe even a little bit of this. I'm going to put a little burnt sienna and orange in here. Why? Because burnt sienna basically is an orange. It's just a neutral orange, or a more neutral orange. And in the spring or in the fall, you'll get a lot of these little warm pops inside of a tree. And I can probably go in here with my green and throw a little red in there and darken it up and desaturate it. I'm going to put a little more of this phthalo green in here. And I could come down here and start to pop in the dark values on the bottom of the canopy and maybe in here. Does that make sense? How we're just getting we're just using our washes to make our statement, to make our overall statement, okay? And then I'm going to go in here and go, I'm going to say this is up here. So I'm going to go with a more purpley brown. So I'm going to go, where is my purple? Hang on, I think this is it. And I'm going to mix a little bit of, let's try some yellow ochre. Because why? Those are complements, correct? All I'm doing right now is mixing complements, okay? And usually I have a piece of paper over here. See, I know we're getting a brown, right? But I can let one or the other color live a little more. So I'm going to go a little more of that, a little more of this. I want it a little more purpley. That's pretty good. Using the side of my brush. And then I'm going to go in here and wet down this area. Now notice I don't care that I got that on there. I just lifted it out. I don't care if it leaves a little residue. Who cares? It'll just give me more shapes in here. Now I could do this with a brush, or I can do it this way. But I'm going to do it with a brush. And then again, I'm going to mix a different green here. Let's try some cobalt. If I do a cobalt, okay, so let's try this. I'm going to do some cobalt, which is a pretty strong blue, correct? It's not as dark as an ultramarine. Ultramarine has some warmth in it, okay? And I'm going to pick a lemon yellow, which is a cooler yellow, but it's a lot more electric. And I don't know if you can see that. That's a pretty electric green. Okay. And the reason I'm doing that is because I'm going to put this little hillside it's sitting on. And by the way, I don't have to be all precise about it. I'm going to let it do something like that. I can go in here with a wet brush or my spritz bottle, and I can hit those edges and see how it starts to get sort of a grassy feel right there. Now, why is this important? Because you want to let this stuff do the work for you for the most part. Does that make sense? And then I'm going to take this little bit, this thing I already mixed. Let's see what this looks like. I already mixed this brown. I'm going to put a little of that in there. Maybe where the sun's not hitting it. So what I'm going to do is say that this is like getting hit by the sun, because that's, you know, that acidic green is where it gets hit by the sun. And then also look, I can take this while it's still wet. I can take this rigger brush, which is a liner brush, got a nice fine point, and I can pull some of this out of the soup while it's still wet. So it'll have a nice normal, I can even do it this way and get different edges and things. That's too big. And I start pulling things out of this soup. Does that make sense? Okay. Then I'm going to go, I'm going to take a little of this brown I mixed. I don't think I have enough of it left. I'm going to go a little more of the orange. By the way, you can just mix an orange. You don't need orange on your palette. I'm going to go, I don't like that. I don't like these edges. I want to break up these edges a little bit. I'm going to go back in here. Go back in here and mix a little more of this. By the way, I'm controlling how much water is on my brush. A lot of water, lighter value, basically, right? But more pigment, less darkness or whatever. I'm going to come in here and pull this a little bit into the ground. Maybe I'll take some other color, see what I get here. Just say there's some other mass right here. I'm making it up. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm going, this could be the where the sun's hitting it. And what I would do then, once it dries, is I could come over here with a darker value where it's in shadow and let that still live beneath it. Does that make sense? Now, the other thing with watercolor is it's stained glass, okay? So if I go, I don't really like this green so much, I want to neutralize it, I can go over it with a neutral wash and I can kind of mix it like stained glass laying over each other. Does that make sense? And then let's say I might screw this up because this might still be the tree might still be too wet, but I don't think it really matters. So I'm going to go up here. It's got color in it. Let's get a brush that's clean. Yeah, that's better. Now I could do this as a gradated wash. I could do it all different types of ways. This brush water is a little dirty. Make sure you clean out your brush water every now and then when it starts getting really gray and stuff, especially if you want a really clean, fresh color. And then I'll just take, let's try a phthalo again. It's probably going to be a little screaming. Now, here's the thing that's different about watercolor. So I might use a screaming color because I'm letting I'm not going to go 100% with it. Does that make sense? And I'm also going a little heavier just because I want you guys to be able to see what I'm doing. I'm just using a nice phthalo blue. Now, normally I might knock it down a little bit. I just want to keep this wet for now. So we got in wet into wet. Maybe down here. And then I'm going to get this in here. I might get my wet. I want to do this while it's still wet. This is better with toilet paper. Hang on. And I'm going to lift out some of this. See those nice fluffy shapes it gets? And I'm going to let it get lighter down here. And it's lighter over there already. So I'll just do a little of that. I don't want it totally uniform.
Hey, Mike, when you said knock the color back a little bit, do you mean like just desatting it
Yes.
for the sky? Okay.
Yeah. So what I mean is, like, see how now that it's starting to dry a little bit and it's a lot lighter in value. It's not so screaming anymore. So if I want a nice pure blue, and I can always go over and knock it down if I want, okay? The other thing I might do, and probably have to wait till it dries, just dry this thing. Hang on. So I've got a blow dryer here. Here, I'll turn my mic off for a second so this isn't totally obnoxious. Hang on. Now also remember, this paper's a little warm now, so that it's gonna dry a little faster if I'm putting stuff on it, right? So now I could start coming in here and start building some darker values in here. And now watch, see how I got those hard edges right there? I don't like that, but I don't want to go pure wet into wet. So now I can start softening up edges based on what I like. I'm going to break this silhouette a little more. It's a little too lollipoppy. The other thing I want to do before I do any more of this, let's get a little more of the, whatever you call it, the brown. I want to pull it. Now, I don't want branches going into the tree, just like I want them to bury here and there under the, I don't want them everywhere. Just maybe like that. Because the leaves are going to be covering a lot of them up. Does that make sense? I can also maybe, let's take a brush. Let's take this brush. I want to dry it out a little bit. See, sometimes I can get this to work, sometimes not. Let's get Let's mix up another green again because I'm running out. I don't even remember what I used for this now. I'm just going to knock this. And I'm going to hit it with a little. That's probably fine. I'm going to dry this brush out a little bit. Always test it. This might be a little too light. Sometimes I'll splay them out like that. And I'll come in here and start dotting a few just leaves that are broken off here. Why do I do it that way?
Looks more natural.
Yeah, it's just more random. There's a danger, and you can do it this way too, but there's a danger if I come in here and start going, you know, when you look at a silhouette of a tree, you get a little bit of, you know, things that are disconnected, like up here. You don't really see how they're connected because it's too far away or whatever. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Because of the branches holding it are just too small. And it's fine. I will come in here and do a little of that too. Got to pull some of the color in there. But it can become very uniform where I start making patterns. Okay. Now, yeah, you know, and the same thing with like, where I might come in here and go, and I know I'm mixing different temperatures. I might come in here and put a mass in front of this branch a little bit. But do you see, and I have to fill that in a little bit. But do you see how we're really building this not from this very linear thinking perspective? We're building it from a big shape perspective and like letting washes do natural things and things like that. Does that make sense? And like the tree, I can, when I went in here, it was a fairly light value green. I can keep building my darks over it and let some of that value of green live through as the lit side. Does that make sense? So I'm building things around the lit side of almost everything I'm doing. Just like here, if we took this, I don't remember. Oh, that was, I know what that was. So that was this. I want to mix it out of the same green. And then we did some phthalo. I mean, some cobalt. I don't usually have phthalo on my palette. This palette's a little different. And then I'm just going to go a little bit of red, knock it down. Now, the trick here is I got to make sure that the green still lives. I don't want it to go completely brown. So I'm going to pop a little more of this hot green in there. Let's see what that looks like. And I could start going, okay, here's my shadow value. And I could even start coming over into it in a big area here and start covering up a lot of this lawn or this ground and letting this other stuff live through as a, you know, maybe there's a tree over here and it's throwing, you know, casting shadows on the ground. And I can start building that and just letting this live through where I feel like the sun's hitting it. Does that make sense? Yeah? Now, let's dry this up real quick. Just realized I want to do a little of this. I want to break up some of this edge here, some of this. I like this as kind of a hard shadow right there. I like that. I like that hard shadow. I don't like this hard edge. So I go through here with a damp brush and I just soften up where I want to soften up. And see how when you start building shapes on top of each other, it starts to become more interesting, obviously. So you want to have two things within your shapes. You want value modulation, which means the values are moving around, right? And you want to have temperature modulation. They can be very subtle or little color shifts or whatever it is. But I want to make sure that I'm getting some shape variation inside my big shape. So we're building a big shape. Then we're starting to build into the shape. And then what really happens is once you get a lot of really interesting shapes sort of piled in there, you start to get something that starts to look much more professional. Does that make sense? And you'll notice this, you've probably all seen this, when you see people who are not learning this stuff and they're doing a watercolor illustration, everything's very big, flat, washy. And it just isn't very interesting. It looks like a kid did it, basically. Okay. So these little things, I know they seem like little things, they're big things. Okay. Temperature variation, temperature in relation to what your lighting's doing. I could even, and then, you know, another thing, I'd probably want to get some of that phthalo. By the way, look how strong that phthalo is, man. That's why you got to be careful with it, okay? And anything I don't like, I just lift it out, okay? You can see, I don't know if you can see it on there. Can you see how subtle, on yours it looks a little more dramatic? These clouds are very subtle on my thing, okay? I like that, okay? And then I might even go, let's see if we can make this work. I'm gonna take a little yellow ochre. I mean, very little. And I'm gonna really water it down. That's, I picked up another color. I don't like that, hang on. So you can see I'm just kissing it a little bit, right? And I got a lot of water in there. And I'm getting more water. And I'm gonna drag it down here a little bit. And I'm going to sort of do a reverse gradated wash going up. Might lift a little bit of it out. And it's gonna dry a lot lighter in value. Can you guys see how that warms up the horizon a little bit? And that's important. Okay, so one thing, what happens is you go down towards the horizon gets a little dirtier and warmer and lighter. Does that make sense? Because I know it's hard to see on here. And right there, it looks really dirty. On mine, it's much more yellowish, okay? Or at least that's what it looks like on my camera. And I probably could get away with, let's try it. I'm gonna gray down a blue. By the way, here's a trick, not a trick. Yellow or a burnt sienna and ultramarine blue will give you a really nice bluish gray. Now I want to make these hills back here. Now it depends on, there's a million ways you can do this. They could go purple, they could go whatever. Ooh, kind of like that. I got a really grayed blue here. Can also go like a pretty screaming icy blue, which looks really nice. I can pull some of this out into the valley here. I'll pull some of the phthalo into the tree a little bit because you're looking through here into the sky. So I like to get sky holes in there. And I don't need to do more on the tree. You guys get that, correct? Casey? Where's Casey?
She said in the chat she'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's do something real quick here. Okay, what was I just gonna do? Actually, this down here, it's probably hard to see on yours, but this looks pretty nice here. Okay. My tree's way too round. You guys see that? So I'd have to add some shapes in here and get it. It's just too lollipoppy right now. And there's something, oh yeah. So I'm gonna go. Here it is. Let's just put something out here. Maybe it's a barn. A silo. And whatever. Where's Casey? I want to, oh, she's here. Okay. Casey, does that all make sense so far?
Yes.
Okay, so now I'm gonna go. Can you guys see I put a little building right there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so I'm gonna say that that's, it's probably used to be red, but now it's number one, it's in the distance. I want to knock a little bit of it back. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, let's get a little bit. I'm gonna throw, it's leaning towards a sort of an orange, so I'm gonna grab a little of that purple. Or I'm sorry, blue. I'll just use this. Might be too strong. Okay, that's not bad. So what am I doing? I'm just mixing a complement to knock it down, correct? And the way I would handle this, I would probably just go I would go with the lightest value. So the sun's over here, let's say. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna just paint the whole thing here, this whole side. I want to mix I got a blue here. I want to mix this a little more gray. See what kind of gray we got. That's probably fine. And I'm just going to do the same thing on the roof. So I've knocked all that in. Let's dry this up real quick. Now I'll either mix up a darker value, or in this case, I can probably just put the same color right over it on this side. So then I'll just go to that plane over here and knock in that value and the value under that the eave is going to cast right there. And over here, I'm going to go a little darker. Maybe the door or something. And I start building it from a very simple, big shape, knock in the shadow value, right? So I'm not going, okay, the dark value, then the front value, then the light value on the roof, then the light value. I'm not. I'm putting a big thing across, which is my lightest value, and then I'm putting the shadow value over that. Now you can't always do it that way, but it's really helpful when you can. Does that make sense? And then I'd keep this out here, would get maybe a more grayed out version of this green. Maybe out here it'll become sort of a blue gray because it's going out into the valley. But does all this make sense? And Casey, what I was saying before, see how lollipoppy, how round my tree got? I'd have to add a shape or two in here to get it more. It's really weird. You'll just, like I just told you not to do that, and then I just did it, right? But I can come in here and add a wash. I don't need to go any further with a tree, do I? You guys get it, right? Okay. So I'm managing, what am I doing? I'm managing my edges. I'm going, okay, if I want there to be some screaming green out here, I'll put the whole thing in the green. Then I'll start covering it up and shaping it out with my shadow values, right? And we just did the same thing with the house or the barn or whatever it is, okay? And then I might even go, well, that barn doesn't really have any color to it. So maybe I'll grab a little more of this because now it's dry, and I'll add a wash over it and tint it a little more red. In this front part, I just stained it a little bit, right? And I'm going to grab some more of this dark value because that needs more of a statement, that overlap, probably in here too. And so on and so forth. Does that make sense? We're building based on shape, okay? Then this back here needs more. This right here, Casey, I was talking about, this is actually from here, it's working really nice. Now, the next thing I might do, if I had a little more, my clouds are really subtle, which is actually a nice thing. I can make them obviously less subtle, but then I might go and like get, wet this down again. And on some of the clouds, I'll put some warms or some things in the clouds. I'll just put it in there in a wet into wet, because this is dry. It's not going to get reactivated. And I can do another layer of wet into wet over here and start to get some pinky hues and things maybe on the bottoms of the clouds. Does that make sense? You'll see, by the way, all the stuff that I'm saying right now, you'll see it in the context of the whole long video I did of this whole process. Okay. So you'll really start seeing what I'm talking about right now in a much more complex way, even though it's really this simple, to be honest. Okay. Okay. Any questions on this? So we're managing edges, right? So we got some hard edges in here, you can see, and I like these hard edges. I made the choice to keep them, right? Oh, another thing. Let's say here. Now I might go, let's mix a color. So I'm going to just mix some of this. And I'm not going to put a lot of water in this. I might splay this out again. See that? I'm getting a dry brush right there. So then I might kind of go, I want to put a little texture on the ground. That's extreme, but you get the point, right? Where I might do some little bit of, and I could probably still go back in here and kind of fix that a little bit. But it's not going to, it's going to go quick because it's already dry. And I could probably just, yeah, that's nice. Right there. Does that make sense? So I might do a dry brush thing. I might come in here. Let me see if I have one here. These are natural sponges. Now you got to be careful when you do a trick like this because it can get gimmicky. But if you do it right, it's not. So I want to pick up some of this. And I can put some of that in here. I could even build a bush out of that. Does that make sense? Watch. Let's grab this. So I could start a bush that way and get a foreground element. Does that make sense? Now I could let that dry and then I can come in here and go, let's get, I don't want it too soupy. And here I could put some foreground brush here. I could put some ground texture here. Ooh, that's cool. See what it just did? Random, right? I love random. And I'm adding some warms in there. Look at that, right? The reason these are nice is because they're natural. They're not uniform. Like a sponge that's manufactured will be uniform. Although sometimes I take them and I tear them up and stuff, and I can still get some cool shapes out of them. Does that make sense? I could do it here, where I can add my little leaf shape. See that? Gives me a nice little edge right there. If I came in here, and I'm not worried about color right now. And I can add things in and start getting a leafy edge. Does all that make sense? So out there's getting warmer. And I go, that's too much. And just start picking it out with this. And now I've got that out there, right? And then I could put when this dries, I could put a wash over. I actually think it's okay. But then I go, okay, this out here, let's just try this. So I like it sometimes when the mountains go really screaming blue. Yeah, that's not too bad. And I can pull some of this down beyond it to kill this back here because that's going to gray it. Maybe I'll serrate the top a little bit so it looks like there's some trees out there here and there. See that? I'm going to go a little darker with it here. So this is just a real watered down, whatever you call it, phthalo, or not phthalo, I'm sorry. Somebody help me here. Cobalt. Okay, now I'm going to take the cobalt, the one I just did, and I'm going to go, I'm going to go in with the burnt sienna again, let's say. I'm going to gray it down where I got just a little bit of blue, but not much. Let's see if we can get this to work. Take a little smaller brush. And I can start to put the shadow side. I want a lot of water in this. And I could probably gray that a little more, but I think it's okay. I'm just going to put some random stuff back here. And that's going to dry a lot lighter, so I got to think about that. Maybe there's a little, oh, that's nice. I like that. That's going to dry a lot lighter. But see how now we're starting to get that, start to define just enough of the hills. Does that make sense? Yeah? I need a yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so very rudimentary, but sort of the idea of these big shapes. You guys are probably getting a dull color version of it, but you can see how quickly we could put together a scene, correct?
Yes.
Now look, this is interesting to me. I'm going to show you something that looks very complex, which is mostly what we just talked about. And it's mostly silhouette. Hang on here. Look how much of that, oh, I'm not on here, hang on. Look how much of this is silhouette. Okay, now when you first look at it, you go, holy crap, it's super complicated. This whole section right here is one wash, wet into wet. Does that make sense? You guys, can you guys see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Elizabeth, go ahead. Carla.
I see.
And then look at this one over here. It's just a big silhouette, wet into wet wash. Okay. Then he went back over it, knocked in these darks. He saved his whites here probably. Look at this down here. There's nothing here. But what is here? That dark outlines this car, which is just this swipe. Forget about the reflection. 2 lines, and then this. This is just negative shape. There's nothing defined about that human. 1 swipe, 2 swipes lifted that out right there, so on and so forth. Can you guys see how complex that looks, but how actually simple it is? Yeah? This guy's a monster, by the way. Look at this one. This whole shape in here is a wash. Look at that. Look. Boom, complicated. Boom, not. You see that? And then look at these beautiful, right here, this is where you can tell it's wet into wet. How, like here, he dropped this in there, wet into wet. And see how it makes all those beautiful shapes and edges, right? You have to make friends with whatever medium you're using. This is what watercolor likes to do. So you get in there and you sort of guide it, but you don't force it. Does that make sense? And then look over here. He probably dragged these out. Remember I just showed you how I could take a liner brush and drag things out of wet paint? That's what this is, more than likely, when it was, because that's a dark wash. Probably just pulled it while it was still wet and created the impression of this balcony. Okay. Then he went back in here. Look, that's a totally wet into wet wash right there with the window, but he left it because it looks cool. And then look. Now, I'm not saying you have to do everything super indication, but what I want you to understand is complexity is not level of detail or level of shapes or doing this. It's not that. It's about indication and understanding how these things work visually and understanding how people read them visually. Look at all this stuff over here. I mean, that's really just a loose wash. And then here, look at, that's just the negative shape where he saved the white. Okay. Now the trick, look at these. Really, really nice stuff. By the way, if you want to work on location, this is a great way to do it. Okay. Does that all make sense? Casey? Turn on your mic for a second. I'm going to pick on you because I can tell you are into this kind of stuff, I think. Am I wrong?
Yes.
I'm assuming this is what you want to learn, right?
Yes.
Not just this style, but I mean this kind of thing, right? Do you understand what I'm saying now? Where whatever medium we're using, we let the medium sort of do a lot of it because it just will do a lot of it for us. Okay, so you don't want to force these things. You want to let it, and you can take this, by the way, as sort of tight as you want, but if you sort of start here, it's going to feel natural and it'll feel natural when you get done with it, as opposed to feeling like, I mean, I see watercolors all the time and I'm like, why would you even work like that in watercolor? It's so stiff and so over rendered and so overthought, where I feel like with something like watercolor, again, what I'm just saying is you're sort of, and you know, when you wet down something, it's going to sort of do a little bit of randomness, and then you're going to sort of corral it into what you want it to do. Just like how he pulled out these shapes out of these wet paint right here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right there. He probably pulled that out of wet paint. Just like I was doing with the grass, right? Or here, look at this. Or any of these shapes. Like if I was doing this up here, I'd be dancing across that rooftop, pulling those things out of the paint while it was still wet, because it's going to get a very natural sort of less linear. You don't want to be like this with watercolor or with anything, in my opinion, but with anything really, you want to sort of understand the medium and go, yeah, like oil is your friend. Oil will do all these things for you without you feeling like you're even doing anything. And watercolor's like that too. Okay. Does that make sense? Let's look at one more here. I love this. Look at this one. Look at same thing. This whole section. Look at that. Look at the big wash. And you get like that and everybody goes, oh my God, there's so much detail. There's no detail in this. You guys see that? There is no detail in this, but boy, do you think you're seeing detail. And I would argue that's the best way to work. Okay. Now there's a lot of, obviously if you develop some technique that's the opposite of what I just said, cool, good for you. But I would argue that this looks like a pretty damn finished painting and it's pretty simple. It's pretty loose, hard to get there. I'm not saying it's easy, but then look, as he gets into the foreground, gives you a little more information now. Like there's a little more information now in that car. And then, but look at the faces. It's just a nice warm wash of flesh tone, right? Look at the trees and all this stuff. Nothing And again, I'm not trying to force you to work in this sort of thing. What I'm trying to do is use this as a way to show you how you're using washes and how you're using simplicity to build a painting. Correct? I'm not trying to guide you somewhere stylistically. Stylistically, that's your business. Okay. I have no interest in changing styles or anything. And then look, let's look at this one right here. Look at this one. When I'm out drawing or even painting, but I run into people more when I'm drawing, they always go, oh my God, there's so much detail in that. I'm always just sitting there going, there is zero detail in this thing. You know what I mean? I just spent 5 minutes on this. There's no detail in it, but that's good to me because I'm going, okay, lay people are reading this is very complex, and it's not. Okay. And I really think you've got to learn how to do that, whether you're going to use that technique or not. And I'd argue no matter how tight you want to be, because people always go, well, I want to work really tight. And I go, bring in tight work that you like. They bring it in. I go, there's nothing tight in here. You know what I mean? It's the illusion of tight. Okay. Does that make sense? Here's another one real quick. It's different medium, but still it's sort of in the same vein. And this is more just about shape now. And so was that. So this guy was a monster. Looks super complicated, right? If you look up close on these, a lot of this is brush and scale work. He puts down a big shape, then he does all these little dink lines. And what do the lines do? Look, line, 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 simple silhouette, line, line, line. What does all that line do in the context of this big superstructure shape? It looks mechanical, right? And by the way, I want to tell you this right now before I forget. When you want to do a hard or a straight line in paint, get your thin brush. Oops, let me get this. Get a nice, whatever kind of brush you're going to use, right? I'm going to use a rigger. And then I'm going to make this pretty dark so you can see it.
Hey, Mike,
Yeah.
Can you stop sharing your screen? Sorry, because you're in like a smaller.
Yeah, I get it. I always forget that. Okay, is that better?
Yeah, way better. Thank you.
This, you don't have to use one of these. You could use a regular ruler. You could use this. I've used books. I've used all kinds of things, but this is the best. And the reason is, see how it's got 3 blades? You guys see that?
Yeah.
I'm going to balance it on one blade like that. Why? Because it gives me a nice groove up here. You see that? This is an architectural scale, by the way. Okay. Then I put it down. I put my brush on the edge of this. I barely kiss the paper. And I get a straight line. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So that's what Berkey's doing in these images is he puts a big structure on here. Then he comes on here and he does a lot of this sort of, it's called brush and scale work over it. Okay. See that?
Yeah.
The reason I make a big deal out of that, by the way, when I was in college, when I was at Fullerton, actually, I was just a technique hound. I was always looking for, again, I knew I had to get my technique down to actually be able to do what I wanted to do. And I saw a painting, a watercolor. I remember this very distinctly. I saw a watercolor painting and there was some clean lines in between the slats of the barn. It was a barn, right? And I go, how the hell are they getting straight lines with a brush like that? And I went to my teacher and I go, how are they doing that? And he goes, oh, he's using a felt tip pen. And I go, no, he's not. Because number one, felt tip pens are what? They're fugitive. So if I sold that painting to somebody, that's going to disappear at some point. Okay. And I just knew that's not what was going on there. And if you don't know these things, you don't know them. Does that make sense? which is why, I think that's a big deal. Like every single student I ever ask, I go, how do you, they'll do a straight line in paint. And I go, that's not how you do straight line paint. That's not straight. You do it with a brush and scale. And again, I could take a regular ruler and I could just tilt it up, on the paper like that. And I could just run it across here. I love these. These are just what people usually use for this kind of thing. I've done it where I just grab something like this. This is just a case if I need to. And I just boom, put it on the side of that and I drag it across that, or I use a book or whatever you have. It doesn't matter. Practice with it though, because it's important. Okay. It's important. If you want a straight shape, you get a straight shape. Okay. Not that it's some wobbly thing and all of a sudden, why? Because all of a sudden that becomes non-mechanical. By the way, I could even do this with a big French sweep. Put it on the edge of that and go make a perfect, nice line with it. Okay. Sometimes I'll use it to do big fat marks that I want to get a big, if I want to get, if I wanted to, like if I was doing the side of this building and I had this isn't the right value, I could go boom, and see how I get a really geometric straight edge that way. If I want to go up here, get that kind of thing. I could build my whole building this way. So on and so forth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's really helpful, especially for buildings.
Oh yeah. Like I can throw down a hang on. I can build a whole cityscape using that technique in like a half an hour. Because I'll throw in the buildings, which are basically just tubes and stuff, and I'll just go and start knocking in all the shadow values. Then I'll just mix up my warms for the warms, boom, 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 the front facing planes. Then I maybe flip the whole board this way, take a thinner brush and start going ding, 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 ding on the side of the thing and lining up all my windows. And I could throw down a cityscape in like an hour that would blow people's minds. That they'll think I spent days on it. You know what I mean? And literally I can do it in probably an hour or two. Does that make sense? And by the way, it's not just it's all about speed, it's about fluidity within your skill set. Okay? Like I grew up like going around and everybody in my generation learned how to play something. So you'd go jam with people, right? And what I was fascinated by with that was the in the moment spontaneity of creating something like that. Because somebody could go, hey man, follow me. It's in C or whatever. It's in A minor. Okay, cool. Then you kind of start playing and then you're kind of like, okay, yeah. Okay, cool. And then you know what to play over. And all of a sudden it sounds like something. And that idea of spontaneity, being able to walk into a room and just jam with people without knowing what the hell's going on, was really what I wanted to bring into what I do visually. Okay. So if I have something in my head, I want to sit down on paper and throw it down. I don't want to have to go, I need a projector and I need this and I need to build it with this system and I need to do this. I want to go boom and throw it down. Okay. Which served me well now, 20 some odd years later, because when I come into the classroom, I think my fluidity is very helpful because I can answer questions on the fly. I can just sort of do things on the fly. And I think it's important because for me, and this is just my point of view, I like teaching to be conversational, but visually conversational. Does that make sense? I love having a visual conversation in here. I love it when you guys answer a question, you go, oh, it's like this. I just love all this stuff, okay? I know I say that all the time, but I do. Okay, so does all this make sense?
Yeah.
So let's try one more thing, and then I think I filled your heads up with enough crap. Oh, by the way, look. So now we have our tape there. Always pull it this way away. Make sure, by the way, let's say this in a second. Hang on. Now we got a nice little clean border, right? Presentation, right? And by the way, since I taped it down, it's sort of stretched a little bit, so it's not really all that wobbly. It's not too bad. Okay. What I was going to say is when you're taping something down, this is drafting tape, which is low tack, correct? But what I always do with it before I tack it down is on my pants or on my shirt or something, I pull the length of it, then I put it on here and I take more of the tack off, okay? Because it'll still lift your paper, right? And I'll just take the, on my pants or something, right? To make sure that it's pretty low tack, okay? And especially if you're using some kind of tape that's, like this is really low tack now. And then I'll just kind of burnish a little bit on the edges and that's it. If a little goes under, so what? And like on acrylic things like this one, this is on illustration board, right? So it's seeped under here quite a bit. So what I did is I put a piece of tape over this part and then I gessoed this back out so it was nice and clean. Does that make sense? By the way, you're going to be doing this in the next project.
I actually have a slightly related question to the whole taping thing.
Sure.
So at the college that I'm at, what they advised us to do, at least with acrylics, I don't know if it would work with watercolors, but basically after we tape down our picture plane, they would have us go through and do like a quick thing of like white around like where the picture plane is and the tape is. So that way you fill in the cracks. Would you advise us to?
What kind of white?
Just titanium white, like, because it was for acrylic, but I don't
know. What I would do with acrylic is I would do, if you want to do that, there's a couple things. So I'm going to, okay, so we're going to do a wet mount. Do you know what that is?
No, I don't.
Okay, so what that's going to do is going to be, in that one, I'm going to give you the option of using that cityscape that I drew. And then, so you don't have to redraw it. You just wet mount it down. The drawing's there, okay? Then you put which is a very helpful technique. And then when I put the tape down, I tend to, it's not going to matter if you do this as far as the surface goes. I might take a little matte medium and just kind of slather the whole surface with matte medium, and that's automatically going to seal the edges.
Oh, okay.
Or I can just take a bead of matte medium and just put it around the seam. Okay. I'm not going to put white. I'm going to do clear. It's matte medium. And the other thing that's good about that, and you're already going to have this on there when I do this, but let's say it was a drawing. If I drew that on there, if I transferred it and then, drew it on the illustration board and then I taped it, I'm going to do what I'm going to spray fix it with workable fixative to hold, make sure the line doesn't smudge the pencil. And then I'm going to squeegee or paint, but I usually squeegee it with a credit card. I just squeegee. I'm going to squeegee a layer of matte medium, and that's going to do the same thing. It's going to seal the tape, but it's also going to seal that drawing in plastic underneath it, and it ain't going nowhere.
Okay.
Right? Both of those techniques will seal the edges anyway.
Okay.
I don't know why they're saying white. I mean, maybe it works. I don't know. I mean, it'll work. It'll seal it, but I want clear. And also, if I like to seal my drawing under acrylic matte medium anyway, because then it's bulletproof. I'm never going to have to worry about that drawing anymore. You know what I mean? And I can, in the case of this one, I might take it into Photoshop, because that one was actually drawn digitally. I mean, I just drew it by hand, but I did it digitally. And I might go in there, but if it's a hand drawn thing, let's say it's a hand drawn thing, and I go, I'm going to do this in acrylic and I'm going to wet mount it down. I'll scan my drawing. And there's a couple reasons why this is helpful. That drawing's exactly how I like it. I don't have to transfer it. I don't have to rethink it. I don't have to lose anything. That's it, right? But I might take it into Photoshop after I scan it and really hit the levels and darken it up so it's going to live under my washes for longer so I can see it. You know, just to give me a little bit of insurance policy that it's going to live a little longer. Does that make sense? Going under the washes.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank
Okay,
you.
so let's look at one more thing. Because, okay, so what did we basically just talk about? We just talked about really building into silhouettes, correct? Managing our edges, deciding which wash to use. Like at the tree, I just tend to start with a wet into wet wash. Don't have to, but I tend to do that. Why? You could see why. It starts making a bunch of very organic tree-like shapes, right? Then using maybe my brush scale to go bink and hit the architectural looking things. When I hit the ground plane, I cover the whole ground plane, then I start building my darks around it. Same thing we did with the building. You put the whole value and then hit the dark side, right? So you're building it sort of like cut paper shapes on top of each other, more or less, right? Putting in the big wet into wet wash with the sky and then lifting things out of it. Boom, instant clouds. Then I can go down the bottom, put a big swipe across the bottom, soften that edge, and I've got that warm horizon, lighter value towards the bottom, okay? So we just talked about wet into wet, dry over wet, because that's what we did with that grass thing, pulling things out of the wet into wet wash, or a wet wash. What else? Okay, but I'm hoping that you're understanding that that's sort of an example of how we now use these basic washes. What right wash for the right job. Does that make sense? That's really what I'm trying to get you to with this. And that makes sense, correct? Okay, and then that idea of when we can lock that silhouette together and work into the silhouette, because now you've got a rock solid shape there. Now, the only thing you have to be careful of, if I'm doing when do I have to save my whites, right? So if I'm doing like those ones the ones I just showed you, like this, he doesn't have to save anything right here because that is just a dark value over his lighter value. Who cares, right? Or if I have a tree and, you know, just, okay, let's say this window was had a white or a light value. Go ahead.
Sorry, I can't see your screen.
Let's do that. Okay, here, can you see that? So he doesn't have to worry about that. He's just go, it's darker value over light. It doesn't matter, right? But if this had a light value frame around it, then I'd have to think about saving that little spot. Does that make sense? Same thing, like here, you know, he's got these little shapes here. He saved them, you know, or here. Actually, it looks like he probably went back over those. But if you have something like that, then you have to think about what's going over what. But the overall shape here, most of it's just, you know, it's a little lighter here, it's a little darker here, blah, 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 right? So, but when you can put that big shape in there and then build into the silhouette. So now I got the big silhouette, next smallest shape, small shapes, and I'm out. That's it. I usually look at it as primary, secondary, tertiary shape, and then my little tiny shapes. That's detail because there's no such thing as detail. And then I'm out. Does that make sense? Like this thing, again, if somebody looked at this, you guys probably did, when you first look at it, you go, holy crap, there's a lot of stuff in there. There isn't, okay? But boy, does it look like there is, okay? And he's also breaking his silhouettes up here very nicely. You want to break silhouettes. If you have a very boring building that just goes, well, buildings have stuff on top of them. Take advantage of it. Break that silhouette. Put a tree behind the silhouette. So I got a big organic shape against the back of the building, right? So now I'm breaking that up in a way that's just a little organic shape against my hard edge, making it look visually interesting, correct? Okay, so let's look at something else here. And then I'll stop bothering you. Let's go. Hang on a sec, you guys. Oh, wait, let's just do this. Thing's not loading. Hang on here. I gotta pull something out. That's not what I want. Here we go. I'm just gonna grab something. I usually just make stuff up, but I'm just gonna grab this. This will work. Yeah, this will work. Okay, so let's do this in a different way now. What just happened? Ah, okay. Pull this over here for a second. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Okay, so let's look at this in a different way. Let me put down a piece of. Get a piece of watercolor paper, you guys. Hang on. I haven't reorganized my office yet. Where did I put it? Here it is. Cheap paper. Actually, let me get a little bit different here. Oh, this will work. Okay, this will work. So let's just look at this in the context of something other than something, you know, organic or whatever you call it, mechanical or whatever. Not that all that stuff was mechanical, but okay. So let's go. You guys see that okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll do this pretty quick. Put some big glasses on here. By the way, when I'm using an orange pencil like this or a red or whatever, I'm not that worried about my drawing because it's going to disappear under all these washes anyway. So I don't have to worry that much about it. Okay, so this will be enough. So now, can you guys see that all right?
Yeah, when you're building over the lines, it's more visible, but like the back of the head is a little bit harder to see. Oh,
How
there we
about
go.
that?
That's way better. Thank you.
I'm just partially making this up and partially looking at something, but and then you know the eyes would be in here. But what are the eyes in here? They're a bunch of, especially inside of glasses, they're just silhouettes and shadows. Does that make sense? So let's do this. Let's take our tape real quick. Take some of the tack off of it. I don't really want it to buckle like crazy. I mean, for demos, I don't, but I still want to start putting it in your head that it's good to nice. It's nice to have that little. And normally, obviously, I'd adjust my drawing and all that stuff, but I'm not going to worry about it. Because this is going to be the same process, okay? Get a little bit of wet on here and clean off my palette a little bit. Another thing I love about watercolor is it's really easy to clean your palette. And let's get another towel. Now, what are we going to do? We're going to do our same thing. So let's go. I'm just going to wet down the face a little bit. That's got a little bit of blue in it. Let me change my water real quick. Take a big brush. Just going to wet this down a little bit. I got a little blue cast in there. Normally I wouldn't like that, but I'm not going to worry too much about it. And then I'm going to mix up a quick flesh tone. You can start a base. You can add things to it for darker flesh tones. This is a Caucasian person, so I'm just going to start with a little yellow ochre, a little red, and a little bit of burnt sienna. A little more yellow in here. I'm going to really dilute it down. That'll be good enough for now. I want a little more red in it. And then I'm going to do the same thing. And there's a little blue in there, which is going to screw me up, but that's okay. It picked it up from the old wash. Now, what I'm going to do is put this down to my lightest value. It needs a little more red in it. And also, something I do all the time with this is while it's still wet, I go in here and I warm up the nose. And I usually can do it just with like quite a bit of red. You'd be surprised. I'm going to get all these things. And okay, so I'm going to go to my lightest flesh tone because where it's catching light, more than likely, and in this case, it's not totally, you know, pure white or whatever. There's actually a lot of warmth in this flesh tone, but and I'm going to try and get a little more in there. Another thing I do, let's say there was ears here, is I'll warm up the ears. And their hair is actually covering the ears, but I'm just going to pretend. I'll warm up the nose a little bit. And then I'm going to I'm going to darken a little bit of this with a little burnt sienna and see if I can just make that work. Now it's still wet, but I actually don't mind that because I want it to be not too, because you're seeing these through glasses. So they're going to sort of refract a little bit and all that kind of thing. If that's the right word. Now I'm going to get a warmer dead color in here. Let's see if that's good enough. Get some of those. And also here, I'm going to put the nostril in there. And see what I'm doing? I'm keeping those shadow values inside the ear and the nostril warm. Okay. And I know it's probably hard to see all the colors in here, but again, I'll do these like in clearer videos to reiterate what I'm doing. Okay. And then while it's still wet, I'm going to grab some of this darker value and see if this works. And here, where it rolls down here, and normally I'd be much more careful about mixing my color, but I'm just sort of ballparking it. Now, why am I doing this wet into wet wash, all this stuff right now while it's wet? Who knows? Yeah?
Better blend.
It's going to get me soft blends. Like this right here is a soft blend, you know, and I can still manipulate it. There's actually quite a bit back here. I'm making up a lot of this, so. And then there's going to be a little shadow. Now, some of this, let's do this. So let's just say for now, that's okay for now, that I would build all my soft washes this way, correct? Yeah?
Yeah.
So I'm going to mix up, let's try some, let's see what we can get here. I'll mix up some yellow ochre. Maybe even some, whatever you call it, some cad yellow maybe. Yeah. Let me get a little bit of dirty blonde in here. And there's even a little hint of green in there, which a lot of times that kind of hair will get. And I want this a little wetter, so I'm going to go. I could have done that with a brush. You don't have to do it with a whatever you call it. And I'm going to leave that little highlight on top. Get some hair in here. Now, all these are just base starts. Do you guys get that? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Now I'm just going to go make something up. Let's take some, by the way, a nice way to mix a black. Again, burnt sienna and yellow or ultramarine blue, and I just mix it into a neutral. And I'll get a black. I can let one live over the other. That'll also give you a very nice cool blue or cool gray. And I'm just going to say this is the clothing. I'm going to save some of that white. I even like that kind of thing. I'll take it out. I like some of this broken edges here. I like this kind of broken edge. And then I would just let it vignette off in some fun way. Like I like that soft edge right there. See how it's an accident, but I like it. Does that make sense? Nice accidents. I like these edges here. Then maybe I'll just come in here and go and let it end sort of like that. And if you notice, that's getting sort of the texture that you just saw on those walls of those pictures I just showed you, right? Really nice little beautiful things that watercolor does, okay? Now I'm gonna go, I think this might be, no, let's try it. Probably dry enough. Okay, so what do we have here now? We have this sort of loose underpainting, correct? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's just pick. So now I'm going to start defining things very quickly. Now, normally I'd go a lot more, you know, I tune things in a little bit, but I'm for this, it's fine. So I'm going to put that little bit of warmth back in here because I lost it. Also, I'm going to start, now I've got all these nice soft edges, so now I can start defining my hard edges against it. I'm going to take this and let's see if I can get a decent shadow value in here. Because the shadow value underneath the nose is really going to define the shape of the nose. And normally I would dial in my colors a lot more, but I just can't worry about it too much right now. And I'm building these up. I don't want to go too dark too fast, really, because it might be too much. And then it's hard for me to kind of take that back. And then I'm going to put a little bit of this in here. Now, at the end of this, you're not going to see too much of this, so I'm not too worried about it. The eyes. So I just want a little bit in there. And then I'm going to get a dark value here. I'm going to take some of this red and really knock it down. And I'm going to get this lip up here defined. Why? Because the top lip is in shadow, correct? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So what are we doing? We're creating like a little unified shape right here between the upper lip, the shadow off the bottom of the nose, and later on I can warm up this upper lip a little. Because I can just put a wash over it, right? And then I'm also going to take a little bit of the same shadow value and define the bottom of the lip just with the cast shadow off of the bottom of the lip. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And then this part of it's going to be a little tighter, a little harder edge right there. I don't want it to look like a, there we go. So what am I doing? I'm just mapping the face basically, right? I'm mapping all the shadow values in the face, right? Now, I'm going to go, let's see if we can do this. See if that's dry. Let's make sure this is dry. Now, one of the things I would have to do here now is within this soft shape here, there'd be a little harder shape inside of it, almost like a core. You know, and that's also going to have to get softened up, and I'm going to have to really start to think about how I'm building that. Define the channel a little more. And basically it's going to be, this is still going to get soft on this side. But I want to build up that dark a little bit under there. There's a dark inside of this dark. Does that make sense? Okay, so you guys understand that. There's going to be a dark under the ear right there. And then somebody have a question? Okay. I want to warm up this nose a little more. I don't really like this red that much. I'm not sure what it is, but it's got a lot of cool in it. See how warming up that nose helps a lot? And then let's go, she's got colored glasses on. So let's go, let's pick a color. We have a lot of warm, so maybe we'll pick a blue. Now, this is stained glass, correct? So that means I can just go right over this. And start tinting her glasses. Does that make sense? Then I'm going to take my, well, let's do this first. Well, let's do this. Let's take our brush and scale. I'm going to take a dark value and put her glasses frame on there, right? I don't want so much on her glasses, so I'm going to go, I'm not going to show her glasses too much. So what I got to do, that's way too dark a value. So I'm going to really dilute this down. So it's not so strong. I'm going to dilute it down with some water. So we're not adding white. You are adding white in the sense that the paper is doing that. And I'm not going to outline her whole glasses. I'm just going to go just enough where you're catching frames. And then what I also might do is I'll take a really watered down version of this maybe, and over on the other side of her face, I'll pull the glasses in from, or the thing this on the other side, but really reduced in value. So I'm looking at it going through her lens. Does that make sense? And I'm going to go now, and then I'm going to go in here, and this is not dark enough. Here also, this could go a little darker. And I'm not going to do all of her lip. I'm just going to let part of her lip get a little darker. Okay. And then I'm going to go back over here, and, you know, and obviously I'm doing this very sloppy, but I think you guys get the point. Why do I like to hit the ears with orange? Anybody?
To darken it.
Is what?
To darken it.
Arc?
To darken it.
No, it's actually because you guys ever noticed this. If somebody's standing here and the light, like the sunlight or whatever is coming through their ears, it'll go screaming orange. Because your ears are translucent and they just tend to go really orange when light comes through them. They can also go very warmish reddish, but I'm trying to find areas where I can, and I'd have to come in here and put another wash of flesh tone on here. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm going to find places where I can like I can warm up these cheeks a little bit, but I got to soften them up and really control them and how much of it I do. This value here could get a little darker. Point being, what I'm doing is I'm creating kind of a shadow value structure under here, because that's going to give me my, again, my big silhouette that's going to lock this stuff together. Does that make sense? Yeah? And then, you know, I'd come in here and go, well, I got to build some value in here. Hang on. This is away from the light, so I can start building this. Darkening up her hair a little bit. I want to soften these edges. They're still wet. Now, again, I could come in here and go, here's a wet, my dark side of her hair. I could come back in with my this and pull out a few individual hairs. I don't want too much of it. Does that make sense? I don't want too much individual hairs. It'll start looking like spaghetti. So I'm going to put some wet in here again. And then I can pull a few of these out and get a few stray hairs and not go crazy with it. Pull some over her glasses a little bit so I get some overlap, some here. Then I just
Looks like
realized,
she's on jury duty.
why is that?
It just reminds me of the jury duty paintings.
Is there jury? Oh, I know what you're talking about. Oh, that's interesting. You know, and then I might come in here and go, okay. And now because I didn't save any white, okay, and then I'd have to start building into this, like this needs to get structured a little more. So everything's very soft, some few hard edges. And like here, there should be right here. You know, I got to start getting the laugh lines in there like that. But see, I don't want it that hard. So a lot of times I'll come back in here and again, I'll soften the part that's going to go over the cheek, and I might even lose some of it. So when you soften it up on one end, it looks better because it's going to be a little harder edge on one side, and then it's going to roll over the cheek and get softer, okay? Then I just noticed there's a nice little divot right there. That'll dry up a little bit, so it'll be fine. I'd have to go back in and warm it back up again. I'm going to grab some of this. There's more mass over there. There's a little more warmth in some of this. I've lost my shadow value under here. And that connects into the chin a little bit. Okay, and then I'm going to go, because I screwed up and I didn't save it. It's not really screwing up, but, and then I'd have to come back in here, by the way. See, I like the way this gets lost in here right here. Like there's certain lost in, that's called lost and found edges, okay? So the found would really be this hard edge here. See that? And the lost is right there. The edge got lost, okay? That hard and soft edges, lost and found edges, what do you want to call it, is another thing that's going to push your work up to professional. If you don't understand brushwork, forget it. It will never look professional. Does that make sense? And what we've got to do now is we've got to figure out when we use what, okay? So I want to mix a little more of this. A little more of this. I want to get a darker value here. And I'm just mixing sort of I mean, now it's kind of being a brown, but. So I'm going to go a little bit of here. So now I can kind of start to build a little more value here. And again, while it's wet, maybe I'll grab this and I'll pull that out a little bit, get just a few stray hairs. Okay. I don't want a whole bunch of them. And let's go here. And maybe I'll put a little bit of a core here where the hair's turning. The hair will turn as it goes into the shadow or into the highlight. Put a little break right there, little break right there, maybe one right there. See how these little things make a huge difference? Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
And how we start build. Okay, and then under the ear, there's going to be a little shadow cast under the ear that'll define it. There, that's nice. I'll put a little bit something in. I'm going to get a darker blue and try that because her glasses are blue. So I'm going to try and, there should be a shadow value like right there in her eyes. In there. Those are just shapes in there is all it is. Okay, so let's take this. Let me see one more thing. I got to define that. I'd go in and define this. I don't like this red I have at all. Let me see if I can warm it up. See, okay, why don't I like that red? Do you know why? And you got to be careful. Go ahead, Casey.
It's too cool.
Yes, exactly. And why is that?
Because it's straight from the palette.
Nope, it's because it's probably a, this is better. So what I did is I added a little orange to it and it warmed it up. See that? And then I want to make sure that's way better. See that? Way better. Then I can take a little bit of that. Okay, here's why this is important. Because when you get a red, and I remember this, a lot of your palettes, and you probably had this in other classes where they list your red and they'll go CAD red medium, right? Or some sort of CAD red. CAD red is purple. Okay, so when you're mixing flesh tones, having a purple in there is not very helpful. It's going to cool down and it's going to muddy up your flesh tones. Does that make sense? What you want is a neutral red. I don't know what this is because a lot of these paints are left over from 100 years ago when I was at Imagineering. I mean, literally 100 years ago. So I don't know what this color is. Okay, I'm just using up old paints, right, that I've had for 20 some odd years. And I just hate, but what I usually get is a neutral red. Right, I think Perol is fairly neutral. I have to look into it again. In oil, Grumbacher red is neutral, and you can tell it's new. And by the way, whenever you get a color, add white to it. Just take a little dab of it and add white to it, and it will reveal its actual temperature problems. Okay, so you might add some white to a red, and it'll go a little more orange. It might go purpley. You need to know that because your palette needs to be split primary. I think a split primary palette works really well. Now that's up to you, okay? But if I need a warm red, I don't want to go grab CAD red because just sitting there by itself, it looks warm. But then when I mix it with something, there's blue in there, and then I'm wondering why all my colors are muddy. Well, because the blue is affecting maybe the yellow in that green you're doing, and you're knocking it down, and that's why you can't get a fresh color there. Does that make sense? Okay. And this is a good example of, you can see how cool it was going. It just didn't work. So I popped a little bit of brilliant orange in it and that warmed it up a little bit. Okay, now, okay, again, I would get this jawline a little more fleshed out. I'm going to grab a little more of this color I just mixed. Okay. And I'm going to go, actually, I'm going to do this. I'm going to wet this area a little bit because it's dry. Grab a little bit of that, and I'm going to put it in the cheek skin. Yeah, that's way better. That's way more fleshed out. I'm even going to put a little more over this whole side of the face. See how warming that up helped it? Plus, it also kind of implies a shadow value, even though it's warm, which I still think is kind of cool. I'm going to soften that edge. And this, again, you got to remember, this is going to dry a lot lighter. Okay? Right now, it's a little heavy, but it'll dry lighter. And then, so is all this making sense? How we started with the silhouette and we started building into the shadow values and all that. So let's do one more thing. And this is only because I didn't save the cool or the whites. I'd recarve that cheek too, by the way. And there needs to be another shape up here. I mean, there needs to be a lot of things with it. And by the way, I'll do one of these too. That's just the same watercolor portrait thing, but I'll just do a close-up better thing of it. Does that make sense? So I got a little bit of white gouache. Now here's the trick with this. People will go in and they'll just take the white gouache. Well, guess what? Titanium white has a lot of blue. A lot of times it'll go pretty blue. Okay. It'll go cool. Okay. So if I go and I put a highlight on there, it might not match the rest of the drawing or the painting. So I'm going to take it and I'm going to add a little bit of this, just a touch of either yellow. In this case, I have this warm on here, so I'll just use that. And then see if that's white enough. I'm not sure if it is. And I'll just add my little highlight on here. Still a little blue. And then I'm going to take a little more of it. You know, and I could come in here and add a highlight on the glasses. I could on here, and I just start adding little, maybe on the lip, could add a little white. I could, and then I could come in here with a different color. I wouldn't use this, or let's say I use this, and I could start going, okay, there's a little pattern on here on this shirt, and I'm going to start, you know, and I could do it in a color. I wouldn't do it in this. And I could start adding a little bit of a pattern or something on there. Does that make sense? You notice how we created the hair in a big shape, right? And then we worked into it, right? Same thing we did with the building. So on and so forth. Started off with the big silhouette of the face, wet into wet. And then I start shaping things out and adding. So I'd have a lot of, I'd probably have another, I mean, just to do a fast sketch of this, I'd probably have another 15, 20 minutes on it, right? Just to get a quick take on it. Does that make sense? Hang on. Oops. Kind of like that. It cooled off right there. It's kind of a nice value or temperature. And I'd have to pull this back again. Get that little zygomatic arch hit right there, right? And start building all these values, okay? And I could go, if I gave her a red shirt, which would have been smart, then I could come in here and go, let's take a little bit of more of that gouache. Hang on. If this was orange, let's say, or blue or whatever, orange or red's kind of nice. And by the way, when you're using gouache, just use a little dab of it. So once it dries up, it doesn't have, when it's like caked up like watercolor, it doesn't have the same covering power. Okay. It's really opaque when it's like this. I'm going to take just pure, I don't know if this will work. Let's see. And what I could have done if this is a red or an orange shirt or something is I could come in here and I could start putting some reflected yellows popping into the bottom of her face. Okay. And that would just give it a lot of nice interest, right? The other thing is I'd have to put the values in here to define the side of the nose and so on and so forth. But that's enough for you guys to get it, correct? Okay. Let me get back into the captain seat. Hang on. Okay, questions? Nobody? I'm that clear? Okay, that's a lot of stuff to me, but it's all kind of the same thing. So what do we, okay, so let's recap this. Lost and found edges, brushwork, okay? Now, in this case, that's kind of what it is. It's sort of softening an edge, going into wet, going dry over wet, and you're creating different types of soft and hard edges, correct? Now, by the way, don't totally overthink that, because sometimes you'll go, well, that should be a soft edge, but it just looks cool. It's like, okay, it's fine, right? Working into silhouette, mixing complements to start knocking our color back and forth, right? And by the way, a lot of times I'll, you know, not just me, you'll mix a complement or and sort of get it in the ballpark and you go, it needs a little more green, and you'll nudge it with something else and nudge it to where you need it, okay? But the main thing with this complements thing is it gives you a starting point to actually start, you know, understand, having an approach to start color. Because if you don't have an approach to start color, man, are you screwed. Because I had that problem. I remember when I didn't, you know, when I was starting to paint or whatever, I didn't know anything about how to approach it. I was taking I'd already had a couple color theory classes, but nobody told me practical approach to color. They just told me all this quadratic relationships, triadic relationships, complementary relationships, analogous, you know, all the things, which by the way are great. But if you don't, again, connect them to the real world, they don't mean anything. Does that make sense? And what we're doing here is we're starting to connect. And by the way, when I take, I mean, 90% of the time, if I take two things and it's a complement or whatever it is, or I mix this to get a green, and then I add something to gray it, I'm starting to mix triads and stuff. Does that make sense? So you are actually, you know, using your color theory and all that stuff. And again, you know, you need color theory. Okay. So I don't want anybody going, oh, Mike says you don't need color theory. All you got to do is mix complements. That's not what I'm saying. You do need all that stuff. It's important, but all my point is that it has to be applied to the real world. Otherwise it doesn't mean anything. What else with that? Pulling things, you know, brush and scale now. What else? Just how we define the shirt of this person, where that was just sort of a design decision. Spritzed it, got some really beautiful edges and different things, and go, yeah, that's enough. And that finishes it. Here's another problem that people have when they're doing something like this. They're trying to, like, I want to put the whole shirt in there. I want to put all of this. No, man, let the hair just sort of have a beautiful ending with like a soft edge, or that shirt where it's just got all this texture in it. And then the bottom of it's a soft edge and it vignettes off. Think about your design. Like like if in my class tomorrow, the problem people have is we'll go on site to draw. Well, we usually start on campus, and let's say that. Then what they think they got to do is go, okay, I'm drawing the library, so I got to fit the whole library on here and get everything in here. And that's not necessarily the best thing. It might be like, what's the focus here? The middle of the library has those cool windows and the opening, the pillars. Do that, and then let the rest of it vignette off and put a tree here to end it, and just make design decisions. Does that make sense? So here's the other thing with all this stuff. And by the way, I know we're doing a children's book assignment, so I want to understand we're like, why are you jumping over to this? It's because it's not, the children's book assignment is a vehicle, okay? But what I'm trying to get you to do is whatever you want to do. I'm trying to give you the skill set to do whatever you want to do. Does that make sense? So talking about different things, what we're really talking about is just the basics of how we use watercolor in this case. Does that make sense? By the way, if you guys like, this is a really fun website. So if you know, because sometimes you're just going to draw from pictures or something. I like to get out and paint, but I mean, or draw or whatever. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But is this one? Which is called Earth's World. And they go around and just, it looks like they just take pictures at state fairs of all these weird people. But man, there's some fun people in here to draw. You know what I mean?
Can you share your screen?
Oh,
Sorry.
God dang it. That's Elizabeth's fault.
Technology.
Can you see it? So it's called Earth's World. And what it has is, It's categorized in Portland Rose Festival, Portland Rose Festival. These are all Portland Rose Festival, but they're in different parts of the country. I mean, this has just got some great shadow values and stuff in it, right? You don't want to start with, I had a student one time and she goes, she wanted to paint this portrait of her daughter. Okay. And I go, okay, whatever. And then she was struggling with it. And I go, well, bring it in. Let me see it. Let me see your photo reference. And she go, and her daughter tried to be a model for 10 minutes. So she had these pictures that were shot for that. Okay. And when they shoot pictures of models, what are they doing? They're usually blowing out all the features. Maybe they got smoky eye makeup on and red lipstick. So they blow everything out. And all you see is those two things. They blow things out to make all the skin look perfect. It's that. And she was really struggling with it. I agree, struggling with it because that photo is horrible reference. It's not that it's a horrible picture, but it's a horrible reference to draw from. You want to have some shadow values in there and things to build a structure like we just did with this. Because what I usually start with when I'm doing a painting or even a drawing is I start with that internal eye structure, the socket value, and then the cast shadow off the bottom of the nose and cast shadow off the top of the lip, and then the cast shadow off the bottom of the lip right here. And boom, it locks together. Okay. Then I start building the eyes and all that stuff. Okay. So these are usually shot in horrible lighting, but the lighting kind of work. Like, look at that. Some very clearly defined shapes here. Plus, I just, I want interesting shapes. And a lot of these people have very interesting shapes. Okay. Look at this guy. Yikes. Really good shadow values in here. Look at that. Look at that cast shadow off the nose. Cast shadow off the whole side of the face, so on and so forth. You guys see that? So it's just interesting looking people that are fun to draw. To me, I just see it as pure shape. Okay. There's this one, and on the other end of the fence, here's a good one. It's another one I think is fun. These are people this guy just goes around and shoots on the street that are fashionable people. Okay. It's called the sartorialist. So it's kind of the opposite. The other one looks pretty down and dirty. And this one is, let's see if we can find this. Hang on. Damn it. Here it is. You can go to the archive here and go to, I'm just going to go to men. And you get sort of the opposite of the other one. But again, really fun shapes, right? Does that make sense? Got this guy's built this whole empire around this because he used to work for like all the fashion magazines, all that stuff, and he just started going around. I probably did it while he was traveling on that job, but he built it into just going and doing sort of candid shots of people that are just fashionable, like in Europe and here and where. I think it's mostly Europe. Look at this guy. I like it when they get the fashionable old dudes and the old women in it. I think it's cool. They used to have a section where you could look up just the older people, which I liked. This is great. Look at that. I'm trying to find the older guys. Oh, I guess they're not in here. Anyway, oh, there you go. There's an older guy. That's fun. Anyway. So sort of two ends of the spectrum. Does that make sense? Earth Swirl, I like really. Oh, look at this guy. I mean, that's a really interesting bunch of shapes. Okay. And then look at that eye socket. You can really see that dark value in there that defines the socket. What people tend to do is they just sort of put the eyes as if they're floating on a flat surface, not sunk back in a cavity, because they're sunk back in a cavity, obviously, right? Okay, so what we're doing for next, no other questions? And like I said, I will get a first one I'll do is just that sort of little thing about the trees and the ground and stuff. I'll do that one, and I'll do one of a portrait. That way I can get tighter on it, get much cleaner photography and color correct it and all that. So you're really seeing the real colors and all that. and I'll try and keep those to like an hour. Like the one I'm going to give you guys, I don't know if I already gave it to you. I think I gave you guys the block in. The whole one that has the whole illustration of doing this project we're doing, that's like 4.5 hours. Okay. So you're going to have to watch that in pieces. Does that make sense? Do you guys want, I just posted the block in though, right? Do you guys want me to post the whole one now so you can just start watching it? I actually think it's better to start absorbing it before you need it. And then you can also go back to it and go, okay, I've had enough of that. I've watched it for an hour, and then go back and watch the next part or whatever. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So what I want you guys to understand is I'm always going to try and put things in front. I'm always going to go, hey, the next project's going to be this. I'm not doing that to go like, oh crap, we got another project coming up. I'm actually doing that because we don't have that project coming up. And I want you to start maybe wrapping your head around it or just thinking about it when there's no pressure. Okay. I think it's important to think about things when there's no pressure, you know? And I don't want to spring anything on anybody or any of that kind of stuff. So the next project we'll do was that one I just showed you, is a cityscape in acrylic, but you don't really need to think too much about it right now. But I had some point to what I was saying, but I forgot what it is.
You were asking if you wanted to have you post the whole 4-hour
Oh,
video
yeah.
to take
That would make
yeah.
sense, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, but what I wanted to say was, don't think that I'm posting that and going, oh shit, we're going to start painting this thing on this Saturday. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just giving you a nice runway to get used to it. Okay. And by the way, I think it's good to do that because like for me, what I can absorb, I can look at something that at first to me looks very complex. And then as I start looking at it more, I'm like, that's not that complex. Oh, that's just that wet and a wet thing he does all the time. That's that, there's a dry thing over there. Now that we've had these two discussions where you've seen basic washes and now me talking about how to transition those into actually using them for shapes. Now the next point is to take a look at the video and you're going to see everything I'm doing in that is those two things that I just talked about. Does that make sense? Only I'm just starting to now make images with them. We started a little bit today with this, but very, you know, obviously very loosely. But again, everything in that video is that. And then we'll talk a little bit at the end of that when we get done with this. And also I probably said this before, I'm going to give you guys some breathing room in here. Okay. I always, especially in this kind of class, I read the room pretty well and I go, okay, everybody seems to be getting this. It's time to wrap it up, you know, and I never will go, I won't spring it on you again. I'll go, okay, next week we're wrapping this up. Okay. So, you know, you can kind of clean up and then the last day when we crit and all that, or, you know, I'll make sure that I tell you like, okay, here's your last chance to like, let's work on it in class. Okay. Anyway, so I read the room. So sometimes, and I'll put down, when I put this assignment down, today I'm just going to put an assignment up that says, refine your drawings. Or if I told you to come up with a different idea, come up with a different idea. Cause I want ideas done by next week. And I want, if you've got the idea and I proved it, then start refining. Okay. And what I was going to say is a lot of times I'll put the assignment date down and you might go like, we could do this in 2 weeks. It's probably not going to be the date. I just put it down so it's in my assignment thing. And if I feel like the whole class kind of needs a little more room, I'll give you a little more time. I'm interested in you guys understanding this and hopefully creating pieces that you're starting to get it. I'm not interested in rushing through this just to get it done. I'm not interested in that. Otherwise, I don't feel like this class is valuable at all. So there needs to be a lot of dialogue, a lot of, I'm having trouble with this. I don't understand that. Obviously, that's what we need to do. So if I need to extend something a little bit, I'm not going to extend it because everybody's lazy. I'm not going to do that. But if I really feel like everybody's, you know, needs another week or something, I'll do that. Does that make sense? I don't do that in every class, but in these kind of classes, I feel like it's very necessary. This is a very organic process. I want it to become a very organic process. And it's something that you have to kind of stumble through a little bit. Maybe not all of you, but you usually have to stumble through a little bit and then you'll have an aha moment and hopefully that starts to unlock everything. Does that make sense? Get some cheap watercolor paper and just play around with some of these things we just did. You know, make a tree out of wet and wet washes, make a tree out of however you want to do it, but just be aware of what you're using from a wash perspective and your edges. And like on this tree, I might have gone back over and put a very hard edge, let's say on the shadow part. and then maybe soften just some of it so it has that sort of leafy edge where it goes into shadow, right? And I'll shape that out with a silhouette. Does that make sense? Or vice versa or whatever. Okay, and also I probably said this. I might throw things onto under announcements. I might have a link there that goes to the blog where I want to post a lot of pictures. And just know that it's probably things that are related to this, or I might speak to it. But if I don't speak to it, it's just stuff that I go, this is kind of related to this. Or here's some great examples of what we're doing, or so on and so forth. Does that make sense? And if you got, okay, so there's no more questions, right? I thought we were going to get out of here early today, but I guess not. If you guys have any problems during the week, tell me. Okay. If you need to Zoom with me, all that kind of stuff. And I'll just put up the assignment. Assignment again is we're just refining those drawings, but I want to have those drawings, the idea done, because I want to just get the drawings done. I want to get to paint as quick as possible. And if I don't see that the drawing is finished enough by next week, I'm going to go get a drawing somewhere. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And, go look at Chris Hong, those finished drawings. That's a finished drawing. Go look at Wilder Tulp. Go look at, I can put some up. But they need to be finished, balanced, designed, and ready to paint, because you cannot get into paint and try and figure all that out. It'll be a mess. Okay. Go ahead.
If we haven't taken like color theory or know a lot, okay, I haven't taken color theory, so I know that's important for painting. Do you have any like books or suggestions on what I could do as far as that goes?
I think I would just do, what compliments are, right?
Yes.
That's how we're going to start. Now, what I would say is, and you know what, let me find a website that kind of explains sort of the principles of that sort of thing.
Because I look stuff up and it's like, I'd rather just ask someone who might have a good recommendation, because some of it can get like kind of boring, like
color theory.
Yeah.
Here's the thing with this that I hope you guys can do, because I get it. I get why you guys say that, like basic design, basic color theory. The way I looked at that when I was at school, because I thought the same thing, but the way I looked at it that made me interested in is I go, this is the stuff I need to know. Like it might be dry while I'm learning it, but this is the stuff I need to know. I need to understand this stuff. And that's what made me excited about it. So I go, this is the hardcore fundamental stuff that I want to know.
Right. And I just think talking without being in a class and trying to research it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let me find some websites that just break these things down in a very simple way. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I just wanted to ask you what a good source.
A lot of what so in this class, it's pretty simple. We're going to start with compliments, and then we're going to nudge them where we want to go. Right. So it's pretty straightforward. Now, what you're talking about is more probably like the relationships, like quadratic and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, or like how, like which colors you use to make a painting flow.
That's a whole other discussion. That's less.
Like that's what's like seems very complex.
Oh, okay, I know some really good ones, and by the way, this is good for everybody, and I'll put up a link to it. James Gurney has a website called Gurney Journey, which is one of the most generous, crazy, obscene, great websites I've ever seen. Because he makes his living now doing mostly like books and things like that. And he's just giving away all this information. Let me go in there, because that actually has some great color information. It's one of the best places I know. And he talks about color gammating. He talks about some really interesting stuff.
Like like how to create a color palette. That's what
he has all that. Yeah. And I'll link it. I'll link to specific articles.
Okay.
He also does color masking, where he'll mask off a section of the kind of the color wheel, like the really tripped out, the one with all the sort of spectrum of color, and he'll mask it off and go, okay, I'm gonna use these colors. And he has this time of day here, and then he'll do another one, and it sort of feels like another time of day. And he's just doing it because he's building it off these masked off areas of the color wheel and things like that. that's the best one I can think of. Let me find the ones that I think are really good, which are a lot of them, but I'll put them up for everybody.
Okay, great.
Okay. And I'll just put links, and you can just, I'll link them straight to the ones that I think, because he has some great stuff in there, which is exactly what you're talking about. I don't tend to approach a painting that way. I tend to approach it where I just go, you know, I know what I want or whatever. But it's a cool way to approach it if you want to really kind of.
Yeah, I had an illustration teacher who I was like overwhelmed with his style of having your color palette.
Who was it?
I don't want to drop names.
No, I'm not knocking him. It actually sounds interesting. Who is it?
Oh, it was Hans.
Who?
Franz.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
What's his name?
Franz something or other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. I don't think it's helpful if it overwhelms you. I think you have to. And I also think it's not helpful if it overwhelms you. And I think you have to sort of build up to that kind of idea. And I also think that I think it's cool to have discussion around it. I totally get it, but I don't get it when if I'm building that into a project where everybody in there doesn't really know. If it's not a color theory class, it's a little different. You know what I mean? And I think it'd be really cool to take that stuff, and maybe I'll do this and sort of extract it out and go, here's how we can use this in a simple way. You know what I mean? Because I think that's what's valuable, but I think all that's valuable.
Right.
It's a different way to approach it. And this is just my thing, and I'm not saying it's bad. Sometimes people approach things like they learn things. Like I know people do this with, like, let's say editing video, and they read like Bruce Block's book or whoever, and which I think is great information. But then they're sort of very formulaic in what they do. Like they go, oh, you start off with this in the edit, and then you go to this shot, and then, well, if you do this shot, then you need this shot. And I go, bullshit. Like that's all, to me, that's all good, solid, fundamental knowledge. But now you need, again, you've got it back there, throw it out, and like now edit and create the vibe you want to create, because you're not creating that. It's like what you see with corporate videos, okay? Or I'd even argue at the school, when the school does their own videos, it looks like every other school. You know why? Because they're following those things, and you're going, this is boring, right? Which is like, and I talked to Frank and Phil about this. I go, when we're doing video or anything we're conveying from our program, I think our program has its own vibe. I know it's different than everybody else's program. I know it's better than everybody else's program. And we need to convey that to people. Not that we're just another school with a corporate video with the CNN graphic coming under here and this sliding over and some teacher standing there talking, which nobody cares about. You know what I mean? I just watched a couple of them and I'm like, this is terrible. You know what I mean? It's and like they've asked me to do a video like meet your instructor thing. And I go, I'm not standing in front of a camera. Like I will create my own video. I got some old footage laying around. I'll create my own. I'm not going to stand there and go, hi, I'm Mike Sheen, because nobody cares. You know what I mean? It's just going to bore everybody to sleep. And by the way, if they're going and looking at different colleges, they're going to go, why should I go to Fulton College? It looks like every other college. You know what I mean? Where I want to convey like, no, we're not like every other college. We're all working, you know, we're all working guys, professionals. We all have monster skill sets. We all, you know, blah, 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 blah. I want to convey that. You know what I mean? And I also want to convey the sense of community at the school, because one of the things about Fullerton to me is I feel like it has a sense of community. Does that make sense? Which was a big deal to me when I was a student, okay? Because I'd have to take a class somewhere else once in a while, and it didn't have a sense of community. You know, I just felt like nobody cares if I'm here. You know, I don't feel like I'm part of anything, but at Fullerton, I felt like I was part of something. So those kind of things are the things I want to convey. And the way I'm saying that is, again, you want to learn those things, but you want to then know how to use them for your own personal thing. Because if you guys, like Casey, if you want to work in the entertainment, what did you say you want to do in animation?
Storyboarding.
Oh, storyboard. Oh, do you know Brian Murray?
I've heard of Brian Murray.
Okay, Brian Murray, he's one of the ones that for you would be great, because all his focus in his career is storyboarding. And he's worked with Spielberg and he's worked with whoever, you know, he worked on that Solo movie. He's worked on a ton of stuff, right? And what I love about him, when kids or when people want to do storyboarding, it feels really good to go, this guy's still actively in his career. He's done a lot of cool stuff and he's a cool guy. I would take that class for sure. I don't think you're going to get that class anywhere else, unless again, it's like Art Center or something. You know what I mean? And what I like about that is he's, because I've done storyboards here and there in my career, but storyboarding now, I mean, that was 20 years ago or whatever. Storyboarding now is a whole different ballgame. You know what I mean? It's not just sitting down and doing panels and drawing and all that crap like it was when I did it. It's, you know, it's animatics. It's, you know, they want some motion in those things in some way and blah, 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 blah. And, you know, he's going to bring that, you know, and I would go, well, I've been out of that too long. I would feel comfortable teaching it. I don't feel like I'd be giving you enough value for it, but he is. Okay. Because again, it's his focus, which I think is really good. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
do you want to be focused on like, you want to be focused on like story? Like you're contributing to story in that way?
I want to do feature animated films because I know TV, it tends to be like you're in the writing seat a little bit.
Uh-huh.
And you know, you come up with gags and jokes and whatnot, but I was more interested in feature films. So that'd be more.
But do you want to be contributing to the story?
I don't feel confident. Kind
Okay,
of,
but
yes,
let's forget about
yes.
that. Let's forget about
Okay.
that. Ultimately, if you were, yes, okay.
Okay.
Okay, here's, how long you been doing this in school?
This is 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was at the college up by where you're at?
Yeah, I just finished there.
All right. And you did what, your associate?
I'm sorry?
Did you did your associates?
Yeah, I got my associates there.
Okay. So now, whatever, that's in your pocket. We need to talk about like what you actually need to take. And
Perspective.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah. And yeah, that's a foundational class. Anyway, and then, you know, start, I mean, if you want to do that, you got to start building towards a portfolio. Like you should talk to Brian and go, hey, what should be in my portfolio? Hey, can I see your portfolio? You know, because he's specifically storyboarding. And then you know, and then you go, and then you got to get good at story. Okay. I see it a lot where, I was just talking to my girlfriend about this. The word storytelling has become basically a marketing term. Does that make sense? Everybody you talk to now, if I talk to a student, I go, what's your thing? Oh, I'm a storyteller. And it's like, okay, that it's what do you call that? It's a cliche because they've heard it over and over again. And I saw it actually enter just like the cultural vernacular at some point. But then when I lean on them on story, they completely fall apart. They go to tropes. They go to, well, he's works in a lab and he got irradiated by an LED panel and now he's light man, you know, and you're going, that's not a story, dude. You know what I mean? It's like, that's not a story. That's a trope, a cliche. It's not a story. And then when you lean on them to do their own story, they don't have one. They just don't know how to do that. Okay. Because they've been allowed to go in classes and go and do what I just said. Basically take a Marvel show or Marvel movie, put a different costume on it, and then tell me it's their story, which is what I see a lot. Or it's Star Wars. And it's like, this is Star Wars. It's just Star Wars, but you gave it a different name, but it's still Star Wars. You know what I mean? What's your story structure, all that stuff. And again, I think a sketchbook is good for that. You'll get 1 million stories. You know what I mean? And another thing, and then I'll shut up. Another thing that you can, there's a lot of things you can use just in daily life. And I might've said, maybe it was in my other class. Whenever I've been working with people, I'm constantly spinning off drawings. Okay. If there's some in-joke going on in the office, I'm drawing it. You know what I mean? And then I'm like putting it up somewhere and everybody's goofing on it and they might draw something. And my brain just automatically goes into narrative. It's like, if you say something, then I want to blow it up and I draw, you know, I have fun with it. It's a good way to flex your muscles, your creative muscles, right? Or somebody in here just said something, I can't remember what it was earlier. And I go, that's a children's book, that idea, right? And you don't have to go and like do some finished drawings, storyboard them, just do them like notes, just go to flesh out the story a little bit. You don't have to finish it or anything, but just run the narrative thread out because you're flexing that muscle, right? And it's like anything else, you got to flex that muscle and you got to start being able to just sort of spin a story from all sorts of things. You know what I mean? And you'll, you know, I'm sure everybody knows this. Sometimes you get ideas from the weirdest things. You know what I mean? Like it's a lazy afternoon. I've had this happen all the time. It's a lazy afternoon. I look over, I see a hose wound up. And for some reason, that light and that hose reminds me of it goes, whoop, pulls me back to being a kid on some specific day. And all of a sudden I'm thinking about that. You know what I mean? It could be literally anything. Okay. But just do a little quick and just run and you don't, and don't make it happen. Just when something, you see something, you think of something, run it out, right? Just run out the thread, flex that muscle. Otherwise everybody's aping other people's stories, which you don't want to do. I don't think. Okay. Because I don't know why anybody'd hire you if you're unoriginal. Unless they just want you to storyboard and just go, here's the script, storyboard it. You don't have nothing to do with and that's a different thing. Okay. I always want to be on the creative side. I think it's much more fun. The money's better. You're in the mix. You're helping make decisions. I'd rather be doing that than just be a wrist. It's called being a wrist. Being a wrist is when somebody stands over you and goes, draw this. And you go, okay, well, put their arm up like that. Okay. Make them walking forward. Okay. That's being a wrist. Okay. All right. I'm going to let you guys go. Next week, I'll put it up. We're refining. Yeah. If anybody needs help, tell me. Okay. All right.
Okay.
I'll let you guys go. And I'll put this.
Bye.
All right. See you next Friday.
All right, man. Or before. Maybe
Bye.
you need it.
Okay.
You guys.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, you guys.
Bye.
Have a
Goodbye.
good day.
Thank you. Thank you. The demos. Those were cool.